सुप्रभातम। आदौ तो वैदिकमन्त्रोच्चारणं। श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ओम्। गणानां त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनः क्षणवन्नोतिभिः सेदसादनम् महागणपतये नमः। प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्रवतु आनो दिवो बृहतः पर्वतादा सरस्वती यजता गन्तु यजिगम् वाक्देव्यै नमः। Good morning, everybody. This is the fifth and last day of the 5-day long online international conference on Shastreshu Shabdavritti Vicharaha, deliberation on functions of words in Shastras, organized by Department of Sanskrit, Coach Bihar Panchanan Burma University, Coach Bihar, West Bengal, India. This is the fourth academic session of the entire program. The theme is Functions of Word, Oriental and Occidental Views. Prachya Paschatya Drishtya Shabdavritti Vicharaha. I would like to request Mr. Soumajit Sen, Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit of Coach Bihar Panchanan Burma University, to move the program ahead. Please, sir.
I think your video, I think your audio is muted.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you, Tuhin. A very good afternoon, respected resource persons, dear scholars and participants. We have come to the last day of this 5-day long online international conference on deliberation on functions of words in Shastras or Shastreshu Shabdavritti Vicharaha. In this fourth academic session, we have with us two very energetic and erudite scholars of our times. Though they are very young, but they have already established themselves among the best scholars of their respective fields. We have also with us right now Professor Mou Dasgupta, Madam, from the age-old famous University of Calcutta, who has accepted our proposal and consented to deliver the valedictory address at the end of this session in this conference, and for that we are very much grateful to Madam. Thank you, Madam. Now we will directly enter into the fourth academic session. This session is titled as Functions of Words, Oriental and Occidental Views, as Dr. Mondal has already said. So, as the title goes, our first speaker of this session will speak on this very subject from the Oriental perspective. Okay. Therefore, now I would like to invite Mr. Dept Chakraborty to deliver his lecture. But before he starts his lecture, I would like to take the privilege to introduce him before all of you who are right now with us on YouTube Live. Mr. Dept Chakraborty, or our very own Diproda, is currently a PhD scholar of the University of Alberta in Canada. He was also a former assistant professor in the Department of Sanskrit at Gurudas College, Kolkata, but resigned from his post for his ongoing research. He has authored and published 2 books so far, and they are The Hindu Society of Alberta, a 50-year history, published from the Hindu Society of Alberta, Edmonton in 2019. And the second one is the result of his MPhil dissertation, I guess, and that is uh, Atreya Siksha, a Siksha of the Taittiriya school, critically edited and translated, and the book has been published from DK Print World, Delhi in 2015. He is right now working on a critical edition of Sambhu Shiksha with translation and notes. A renowned scholar of manuscriptology and textual criticism, Diprada has delivered numerous lectures around the globe. He has been endowed with many awards and fellowships, mainly during his stays at JNU, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and University of Alberta. Among those, some are worth mentionable. First one is Frank Pierce Graduate Scholarship in History from the University of Alberta, which has valued at 6,500 Canadian dollar. That the duration of that fellowship was from 1st May 2019 to 30th April 2020. And another one, very prestigious, Prem Shingmar Graduate Scholarship in Indian Studies from University of Alberta, which valued a huge 25,000 Canadian dollar. And another one is Golden Key International Honor Society society has invited him to become a member in August 2018 and again in November 2018 because of his outstanding academic achievements at the University of Alberta. You you all will be amazed to hear that Mr. Chakraborty is truly a great performer also. He can sing, he can act, he can recite also, and even he can also compose poems in many languages like Sanskrit or other languages or in other languages. He has performed Rabindra Sangeet in All India Radio and also in Doordarshan and also in various other states of India like New Delhi, Gandhinagar, Agartala, and Kolkata. Apart from these qualities, he is truly a polyglot. He knows Bengali, Sanskrit, English, Hindustani, Hindu, Urdu, Assamese, and German too. He is also a scholar of high rank who knows numerable scripts like Bengali, Assamese, Roman, Devnagari, Grantha, Sarada, Telugu, Tamil, Brahmi, Malayalam, Kannada, Udiya, Gujarati, and Perso Arabic. So now I present to you Mr. Dipra Chakraborty. He will be speaking on metaphors in the world of Sanskrit today. Over to you, Mr. Chakraborty. Thank you.
Thank you, Shomojit, for this generous introduction. I don't think you needed to say all this. Anyways, one thing I just like to mention that I'm not presently working on Shambhu Shiksha. I was working on that. My PhD dissertation will be probably on a text composed in 14th century Kashmir. It's a commentary on the Katantra. All right. So shall I start now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, so all right. Thank you very much for providing me with this opportunity to present something on this international conference organized by Kuch Bihar Panchanan Burma University. I'm indeed thankful to my friends Obhijit and Shomajit who considered me eligible to present something on this platform, in which most of other presenters are my gurus. Uh, but before I begin, I want to confess that I'm not at all specialized in Sanskrit poetics. Therefore, today I'm not going to discuss any issues of the core debates of Sanskrit poetics, for which you might have listened to serious scholars in the past days of this conference. I'd also like to mention that discussions with two of my friends, Partho Sharati and Shiva, was really fruitful for this presentation. Today, I'll be trying to see how certain recent Western philosophical concepts can be applied to Sanskrit language. Let me come to the topic of my presentation. It is metaphors in the world of Sanskrit. So, what is a metaphor? Its Sanskrit equivalent is rupaka. When one word or phrase denotes something that is not the literal meaning of that word or the phrase, it is called metaphor. One famous example of metaphor from Shakespeare is all the world's a stage. So here, stage is a metaphor for world. Metaphor basically states that one thing is another thing based on a hidden simile. The word metaphor is originally derived from the Greek word metaphora, that means transfer. It comes from the verb phero, that means to bear or carry. The Sanskrit cognate of this verb is bharati. With the verb phero, we have the preposition meta, that means across or with. In metaphor, basically transfer one meaning to another. This is exactly how Rupaka, one of the major Arthalankaras, is defined in the Sanskrit works on poetics. The main ideas of my presentation today are based on this book, Metaphors We Live by George Lakoff and Mark Johnson, first published in 1980. The book is considered a seminal work in the field of linguistics, especially cognitive linguistics. The good thing about the book is that it is written in an easy way, that it addresses a common audience, not particularly the academicians. I wanted to see how the main concept of this work can be applied to the literary world of Sanskrit. As you can see, my presentation is not a product of my own fundamental research. It is merely a presentation of the ideas that Lakoff and Johnson already showed in their work. I can only humbly claim originality over how I will represent the applicability of their ideas in the Sanskrit literature. Let us therefore first see what Lakoff and Johnson present in the book, Metaphors We Live By. Let me begin with some questions. Just a second. All right. Are metaphors only the characteristic of poetry? Do they only occur in figurative speech? Don't they play any role in our semantic process and conceptual system? The commonly held opinion answers these questions positively, but Lakoff and Johnson found it is actually quite the opposite. Metaphor is pervasive in everyday language and thought. Let me explain with some examples that Lakoff and Johnson provide. Okay. In English, word is often used as a metaphor for argument. Let's look at these sentences. Your claims are indefensible. He attacked every weak point in my argument. His criticisms were right on target. I demolished his argument. I have never won an argument with him. You disagree? Okay, sure. If you use that strategy, he will wipe you out. He shot down all of my arguments. Here we talk about arguments in terms of war, even though there is no physical battle. Let's look at some Oriental metaphors. Here we can see the upward direction indicates the state of happiness, while the downward sadness. So happy is up, sad is down. I'm feeling up, that boosted my spirit rose. You are in high spirits. Thinking about her always gives me a lift. I'm feeling down, I'm depressed. He's really low these days. I fell into a depression, my spirit sank. Similarly, there are many other Oriental metaphors for a variety of meanings. The first one, consciousness is up and unconsciousness is happiness. Unconsciousness is down, can be understood from examples like get up, wake up. I'm up already, he fell asleep, he sank into a coma. Another metaphor is health and life is up, sickness and death are down. The example could be like he's at the peak of health, he fell ill, he's sinking fast. Having control or force is up, being subject to control or force is down. The examples are like I'm on the top of the situation, he's at the height of his power, he's under my control, his power is on the decline. More is up, less is down. My income rose last year, he's underage, turn the heat down. There are several other concepts for which we often use such orientational metaphors. Human thought processes are largely metaphorical. Let us now consider another type of metaphors called conduit metaphors. The idea of conduit metaphors was developed by Michael J. Reddy in his PhD thesis published in 1979. Conduit metaphors are those conceptual metaphors that deal with concepts, linguistic expression, and communication. Conduit means channel. In these types of metaphors, linguistic expressions are containers, ideas are objects, and communication is sending. It can be clear if we consider these examples. It's difficult to put my ideas into words. His words carry little meaning. Try to pack more thought into fewer words. Your words seem hollow. The idea is buried in terribly dense paragraphs. But these sentences are so common that it is hard to find if there is a metaphor at all. These metaphors are sometimes called dead metaphors. There are many other varieties of metaphors discussed by Lakoff and Johnson, but let's not dig into those, as I hope we already got the basic idea about the importance of metaphors. Now, what happens exactly in a metaphorical construction? In metaphors, we understand certain concepts known as source domain in terms of some other concepts, the target domain. So in the previous example of the metaphor, argument is war, was the source domain. And the war was the source domain and argument was the target domain. The target domain usually includes more abstract concepts, whereas the source domain is usually more common or concrete objects or concepts. For example, time is often conceived in terms of space. She's going through some tough time, could be an example. This time-space metaphor is found in many other languages. Remember our grammatical idea of kaladhikarana. In words of Sanskrit rhetoricians, source domain can be called upamana or sometimes aprakrita, or more specifically rupaka. And target domain is upameya or prakrita, or more specifically rupita. Now I want to see how metaphors play a role in the Sanskrit language. Here I should confess that whatever I'll be now saying are just based on my own assumptions. I never made any serious study with these issues, so any corrections or suggestions are most welcome. Metaphors play a big role in poetry. In Yaska's Nirukta, Rupaka was not developed as a separate figure. According to Sushil Kumar Dey, it was identical with one of the varieties of simile or upama mentioned as luptopama or arthopama. But Durga Simha's comment does not confirm it. Anyways, Rupaka is one of the four figures of speech mentioned in the Natya Shastra, along with Upama, Deepaka, and Yamaka. Since then, all works on Sanskrit poetics enumerated Rupaka as one of the Arthalankaras. Let us consider a definition from Kavya Prakasha, an 11th century text by Mammata, a Kashmiri scholar. So the definition he gives is Tadrupakam abhedo ya upamanopameya yoho. It is called metaphor where there is there is non-difference between the object compared to and the object compared. One example is Mukha Chandraha, Mukhameva Chandraha. Here there is a non-difference or abheda between the Upameya Mukha and the Upamana Chandra moon. Okay. Now let's talk something about the grammatical dimension of metaphor. Basically, Rupaka Samasa. So in Sanskrit grammar, the idea of metaphor is invoked in the context of compound or samasa. Indian rhetoricians and commentators on poetry often refer to a special type of karmadhara compound called Rupaka Samasa. But Rupaka Samasa is a controversial issue, as it does not have any sanction in the Paninian grammar. Rudbergen, Bronner, and Chandotti and Ponsilo particularly address this issue in their writings. So if you're interested in this, you can check these works. Panini did not provide rules for figurative compounds did not provide rules for metaphorical compounds, Rupaka Samasa, but he did provide rules for figurative compounds known as Upamana Karmadhara and Upamita Karmadhara. Since Panini does not mention it in Ashtadhyayi, there is some uneasiness among Shastrakaras with regard to accepting Rupaka Samasa as a special variety of Samasa. Most ancient rhetoricians did not explicitly comment on this problem regarding Upama and Rupaka in grammar. Then Vamana, the author of Kavya Alankara Sutra, outwardly reject the notion of Rupaka Samasa in grammar. He says, Mukhachandradinam tupama samasanna chandradinam rupakatvam yuktamiti. So according to him, metaphor does not exist inside a compound. Udbhata was Vamana's colleague. Both were serving Jayapida, the king of Kashmir in the 9th century. Udbhata was his Sabhapati. He was probably the first who justified the Rupaka Samasa using the Paninian rule, Mayura Vyamsakadayascha. He, in his Vivarana on Bhamaha's Kavyalankara, exemplified the compound Mayura Vyamsaka as a Rupaka Samasa. So here the word Vyamsaka or Rag is a metaphor for peacock. This Mayura Vyamsakadi class is considered an Akrutigana or an open list that includes many other irregular Karmadhara compounds for which Panini did not give any rule. Medieval rhetoricians and commentators usually refer to such metaphorical compounds as Rupaka Samasa, and they justify it using this Paninian rule, Mayura Vyamsakadayascha. But often there seems to be some real confusion among commentators who decide whether a samasa should be categorized as a Rupaka Samasa or a Upamita Samasa. So here the actual problem is to identify which alankara or figure is used, Upama or Rupaka. In Riputimiram, for example, whether we should understand it as enemies like darkness, Ripava Timiramiva, which is the case of Upama, or as enemies are nothing but darkness, Ripava Eva Timiram, which is the case of Rupaka. Commentators often tend to overemphasize the word samanya prayoge in the Paninian Sutra. Upamitam vyaghradibhi samanya prayoge. So they do it in order to determine if it is the case of Upama or Rupaka. If the compound appears to yield meaning a little bit more general and emphasis on the Upamana, they say it is the case of Samanya Prayoga, not Samanya Aprayoga. So it is Rupaka Samasa. And if the emphasis is on the Upameya, which is the actual Anushanga or the context, it should be then Upamita Samasa. But from the compound, we often don't understand whether it is the case of Upama or Rupaka. So then it is better to accept Sandeha Sankara, which is basically leaving the issue undecided. There are several common Sanskrit words which are of metaphorical origin. Let's take the Sanskrit words for directions. The fundamental directional words are Daksha or Dakshina, right, Savya, left, Urdhva, above, others below, Pashcha or Paschat, which is back, Purva or Puras, front. These words are quite old, and most of their origin can be traced back to the Proto-Indo-European language, as we have their cognates in other Indo-European languages. For example, Greek dexia for daksha, Latin post or posterus, also in English post, for pascha. Puras and purva are metaphorically connected. Both mean front. The English word for, as in before, is a cognate here. Latin ardus or Greek orthos are connected to Sanskrit urdhva. Now let's see how some of these basic directional words formulate more complex directional words or on metaphorical grounds. The Sanskrit words for north, south, east, west are all metaphorically constructed. The Sanskrit word for east is purva, that originally means front or before. The speakers of the old Indo-Aryan language took it as the cardinal direction from which sun rises. This may have a religious significance. So if east is your front, your right hand side or daksha or dakshina will be south, for which the Sanskrit word is dakshina. And your back or paschat would be west, for which the Sanskrit word is paschima. And now the word for north is interesting. Indian north is high or up because of the Himalayas, the highest mountain of the world. The Sanskrit word for north is uttara, which literally means upper or higher. These type of geographical metaphor for directional words can be seen in the other languages too. For example, in the Malay language or in Bahasa Indonesia, the word for west is Bharat because India or Bharat is located west to these countries. And now if we go to more complex directional words such as north, east, southwest, etc., we will find explicit metaphorical, explicit mythological or religious metaphors. Northeast is called Ishanya or Ishanya or Ishana because its presiding god is Ishana. The other ones are also named after their presiding gods or goddess. Southwest is Nairita, named after the goddess Nirriti. Southeast is Agneya, named after the god of fire Agni. Northwest is Vayavya, named after the god of wind Vayu. Let's now consider the words for the four Hindu mythical yugas, ages, Kruta, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali. These are metaphorically constructed from the words used for dice. The die or the side of a die with 4 spots, which is a winning die, is called Kruta. It's the lucky one. Then we have the die with 3 spots, that means Treta. The die with 2 spots is Dwapara, and finally the die with 1 spot, the losing die or the unlucky one, is Kali. So we can see how the concept of these yugas are metaphorically constructed to the different dies. Several other words used very commonly in Sanskrit are constructed metaphorically. Here are some more examples. Linga means mark, but it started meaning gender mark or phallus and gender. Bhartri literally means bearer or protector. Started meaning gender mark. Or maintainer. Uh, it comes from the word root bharti. In the patriarchal society of Sanskrit speakers, the word bhartri means a husband. Chakra means wheel, but when we say a dharma chakra, it doesn't refer to a wheel but a cosmic or universal law. Many other Buddhist terms also have metaphorical origin. For example, nirvana, which means blown out or extinguished, refers to the spiritual idea of salvation. Veda means knowledge, but it comes to mean the Indian texts known as the Vedas. Grantha means binding or stringing together. Then it started to mean books because we string books. We used to string a manuscript in India. The word khada etymologically means that which goes to the sky. Then it means a bird. Similarly, the word paksha means wing. As a bird has 2 wings, a lunar month also has 2 wings, dark and white, the Krishna and the Shukla Paksha. The word aurasa is derived from the word uras, that means chest. When we indicate ourselves, we often do that indicating our chest. So chest became the metaphor for self. So aurasa means one's own biological son. Sapatni means a co-wife, As co-wives often had rivalry for obvious reasons, the word sapatniya, derived from the word sapatni, meant rivalry or enmity. Similarly, phala literally means the object fruit, but then it means result. The same metaphor is used in English as well. The word fruit means fruit and result both. Fruition is phalati. Pada means a foot or footstep, but it also means position or rank. As I mentioned before, metaphors are not only found in poetry or in figurative language, but they are also found in our normal speech. So I thought it would be great to check how metaphors play a role in the Sanskrit Shastras. We already saw that the meaning of several common words are based on metaphorical construction, but not only particular words, many concepts too have metaphorical base in Sanskrit. I tried to sample a couple of such common metaphors in the Shastra literature. Our first Sanskrit metaphor is going is getting. The first example is from the Kama Sutra of Vatsyayana, probably composed in the 3rd century. So the verse says, Evametam chatushashtim babhravyena prakirtitam prayunjano varastrishu siddhingachati nayakah. That means a lover who employs in this way the 64 arts of love that Babhravya taught attains success with the best woman, best women. So this phrase siddhim gacchati is translated in English as attain success. So gacchati is attaining. The next example is from Varaha Mihira's Brihat Samhita, a text from the 6th century. Kosala Kalinga Vanga Vatsa Matsyascha Madhyadesha Yutah Mahatim Brajanti Pidam Napumsakah Shura Senascha. The Kosalas, Kalingas, Vangas, Vatsas, Matsyas, the middle country people, eunuchs, and the Shura Senas will suffer severely. So the Brajanti Pidam is translated as will suffer or will get suffering, attain suffering. The next metaphor is going is understanding. And the first example is from Jayanta Bhatta's Nyaya Manjari, a 9th century Nyaya text from Kashmir. Nanu pratijnodaharanabhyam tadabhidheyau siddhanta drushtantau gamyete. Surely Siddhanta and Drushtanta are understood by the words pratijna and udaharana, which denote them. So gamyete we are translating as are understood. Another example of going is understanding is from Dharmakirti's Pramana Vartika, a 7th century Buddhist philosophical treatise. So it is Tadashrayena Sambandhi Yadi Syad Gamakastada. If it is related by that dependence, then it is indicative. So the word Gamaka is translated as indicative. This example is from Kashika, commentary on Panini's Ashtadhyayi, composed by Jayaditya and Vamana, probably in the 7th century. It says, Khatva shabdo dvitiyantah tantena saha kshepe gamyamane samasyate. If contempt is understood, the word khatva in accusative case makes and compound with a kta suffix word. So kshepe gamyamane is being translated as if contempt is understood. Gamyamane is understood. Our next Sanskrit metaphor is coloring or dyeing its charm or pleasure. This is from Manusmriti, probably composed in the first couple of centuries of the Christian era. Samikshya sadhritas samyak sarvaranjayati prajaha. When it is exerted properly, after careful examination, it pleases all the subjects. So Ranjayati Prajah is translated as pleases all the subjects. So pleasing is coloring is pleasing. Ranjayati is basically coloring. This example is from Prasannapada, a 7th century commentary on Nagarjuna's Mula Madhyamaka Karika by the Buddhist scholar Chandrakirti. It says, Chitta saha bhutena ragena hi chittam rajyate. Mind is pleased by the charm connected to mind. So see, the word ragena is translated as charm, or rajyate is pleased. This example is from the 10th century text Tantraloka of Abhinavagupta. Rajyamano Veda Sarvam Vidanshchapyatra Rajyate. The pleased one knows everything, and the knowing person becomes pleased with it. The next example of Sanskrit metaphor is heat is pain. This example is from Dharma Samuchaya, an 11th century Buddhist compendium by Avalokita Simha. Kamakrita ratir niratam tapadi. Pleasure, the product of desire, always torments. So we are translating tapati as torments. This example is from Parashara Smriti. Apat kaleshu viprena bhuktam shudar grihe yadi manastapena shuddhyeta drupadam va japetchatam. At the time of emergency, if a Brahmin eats in a Shudra's house, he should purify himself through mental anguish, or should chant the Drupada mantra 100 times. So, manastapo you're translating as mental anguish. Another example. It's from Mokshopaya, the Kashmiri Yoga Vashishta of the 10th century. Shamyatidam katham dukkham iti taptosmi chintaya. I am afflicted by the thought that how this sorrow will come to an end. So taptosmi is translated as I am afflicted. Okay. Laukika Nyaya. Laukika Nyayas are another important metaphorical items frequently used in Sanskrit Shastras. These are very explicit examples of metaphors in the Shastra literature. The first example is from a 10th century Nyaya text, Nyaya Vartika Tatparya Parishuddhi by the Maithil scholar Udayana. It says, Shabdo Vichi Taranga Nyayana Karna Shashkuli Mantam Akasha Desha Masadayati. Sound enters the space of the auditory passage like undulating waves. This is Vichi Taranga Nyaya, often used in the context of the passage of sounds. Vichi Taranga is undulating wave. This is used as a metaphor or sometimes simile for the passing of sounds. The next example is of Kakataliya Nyaya. This we all know as we use it in Bengali as well. This example is from Vidyaranya's Panchadashi, a 14th century Vedanta text from Vijayanagara. Atha ayatha vastu vijnanat phalam labhyata ipsitam kakatali yata soyam samvadi brahma uchyate. Actions done under a mistaken notion may accidentally give rise to desired results. All such notions are said to be samvadi brahma. They translate it as correct inferences from insufficient data. The word kakatali is a metaphor for accidentality. This Laukika Nyaya is explained in Kashika. Kakasyaagamanam yadruchikam talasya patanam cha tena talena patata kakasya vadah krutah. The arrival of the crow is accidental, and the falling of the palm fruit by which the crow dies is also accidental. So we have seen that a great amount of concepts are understood on metaphorical grounds. So what is Sanskrit Shastrakara's take on this matter? How do they explain the semantic process in these cases? Ancient and medieval Indian scholarship gave us fascinating ideas about how language works and how we grasp the meaning. Those are unparalleled of their time. Indian rhetoricians and philosophers mostly explain this semantic process through the concept of lakshana, but I'm not going to say anything on it. You have been listening to it throughout this conference. Professor Shubhrojit Sen beautifully explained it on Wednesday. Professor Sabir Ali too explained various arguments related to it. I'd just like to add one concept called guna vritti. The historical development of the concept of guna vritti is documented by Yigal Bronner in his article Understanding Udbhata. What I'll be saying now is a summary of his paper. So Lakshana and Gunavritti were used more or less synonymously in earlier works on poetics, such as in Dandin's Kavyadarsha. Kumarila Bhatta first differentiated Gunavritti from Lakshana in his Tantravartika. Later, Udbhata in his Kavyalankara Sara Sangraha and Vamana in his Kavyalankara Sutra Vritti used the concepts of Lakshana and Gunavritti in their differentiated meanings. Kumarila says, Abhidheya vina bhute pravrittir lakshaneshyate lakshyamana gunair yogat vritterishtatu gaunata. The use of a word in a meaning necessarily connected with its literal meaning is called figurative expression or lakshana. But usage arising from attributes that are figuratively indicated is defined secondary attribute. This is Bronner's translation. I don't like this translation's secondary attribute. Maybe qualitative attribute is a better term. Anyways, so in this sense, Lakshana is basically that what we call metonymy or synecdoche in English. Manchaha kroshanti can be an example of it. Gunavritti is a metaphorical transference based on a two-phase process. So in the example, Gaur Vahika, Go or cow is blocked from conveying its normal reference and signifies its attributes or gunas such as being dull and lazy. In the next process, the word go comes to signify attributes similar to those that exist in the Punjabi guys, so that we come to realize that the Punjabi is dull and lazy. Well, it can be an ethnic slur, but this is just an example from Sanskrit texts. I have no intention to insult or hurt anyone. Anyways, later, for example, in Mammata's Kavya Prakasha, these two types of Shabda Vrittis came under the same category of Lakshana. Sometimes linguists want to describe such metaphorical words as homonyms or anekartha shabda. Let's take the example of the word danda. It means a stick as well as punishment. As in this sentence, ga varayati dandena, the word danda means a stick. But in this verse of Manusmriti, Danda shasti praja sarva, danda evabhirakshati. Danda here means punishment. So the word danda has two meanings. So this is a homonym. But if we think a bit more deeply, we can identify the underlying metaphorical connection by which a stick and punishment are related. On the other hand, logicians sometimes want to call such metaphorical construction as abstraction. According to this view, there are single, very general and abstract concepts like garbha, for example. When we say kashchit garbhe cha mriyate, kashchit bhumishtamatratah, or when we say sagare ratna garbhascha ratna garbhatu medini, we mention special cases of the same very abstract concept garbha, that means inner part. But this view is historically and linguistically wrong. In the earliest layer of language use, we don't see such words indicating any abstract sense. Now I want to talk a little bit about how metaphors are different in different cultures by checking the examples of Sanskrit and English. We sometimes do have similar metaphors in two different languages, as we saw in the case of fruit and phala. Both, in their metaphorical sense, mean a result. Maybe the metaphor argument is war is applicable to Sanskrit as well. We already had the example from English. So before we have saw this example, I have never won an argument with him. We can find similar constructions in Sanskrit. Debating was very popular in ancient India, and it was often conceived in terms of war. I quote a verse from Somadeva's Kathasarit Sagara. Agatoham sakhe vidya kshetrat pataliputrakat kashmiran yami tatratyan jetum vadena panditan. So, friend, I have come from Pataliputra, the place of learning. I am going to Kashmir to win the pandits of that place in debate. Another example is understanding time as moving. This is a metaphor found in many languages and is often considered a dead metaphor. In English, we have expressions like time passes so fast. In Sanskrit too, time passes or goes. So consider these lines, very popular. Kavya Shastra Vinodena Kalo Gacchati Dhinakam. With the movement of poetics, wise people's time goes by. So this is a Subhashita found in several Sanskrit. But in most cases, metaphors in two different cultures do not agree. Consider these English and Sanskrit metaphors. So in English, time, money is considered as a metaphor of time. So we often understand time in terms of money. We have these expressions like, how do you spend your time? That flat tire cost me an hour. But in Sanskrit, we never have this expression kalam vyayati. So we always say kalam yapayati. But we never, in Sanskrit, we never say kalam vyayati. In Bengali too, we hardly say kal shomoy khorcha kori. We sometimes have expressions like kala vyaya, kalo bay. But this is, I think, inspired by English. It's a very new way of saying things. Let's consider the next Sanskrit metaphor, going is getting. So siddhim gacchati, vriddhim gacchati, we have these examples often in Sanskrit. But in English, we can never say the wealth goes to growth. This doesn't make any sense. Let's take another English metaphor. More is up. My income rose up. But in Sanskrit, we cannot say like mama vartana udgachati. No, it doesn't make any sense. Another Sanskrit metaphor, heat is pain. We have this line from Bodhicharyavatara Panjika. Tadha tena shokena dahyate paritapyate tenaiva manastapena. But in English, we cannot say he is heated by mental agony. It doesn't make any sense. So finally, where these ideas lead to us, comparing English and Sanskrit metaphorical constructions gives us the idea how we think differently in different cultures, why we cannot render a sentence of one language into another through its literal sense. So metaphors are not just figures of speech, but modes of thought. They are culturally constructed. This observation finally leads Lakoff and Johnson to the conclusion that truth is always relative to a conceptual system. Any human conceptual system is metaphorical in nature, and therefore there is no fully objective, unconditional, or absolute truth. Concepts are not defined solely in terms of inherent properties. Instead, they are defined primarily in terms of interactional properties. Lakoff's metaphor theory eventually produced another approach in the discipline of linguistics known as cognitive linguistics, which became an alternative to Noam Chomsky's generative grammar. Lakoff and Johnson chose a middle path between absolute objectivism and romantic subjectivism, which they termed experientialism. We can summarize it like this. According to objectivism, we can have universally valid knowledge and universally valid moral law. Experientialism accepts the independent existence of real things. The real things constrain both how we interact with them and how we comprehend them. But experientialism rejects the idea of absolute truth and maintains that truth is always relative to understanding. But it rejects the subjectivist stand that imaginative understanding is completely unconditional. Discussion of so the objectivist tends to understand the experience external world, whereas a subjectivist tends to understand the internal world. But the experientialist suggests that these are not opposite concerns. Discussion of experientialism is a deeper philosophical issue, and I have no scope or competence here to talk about it. All these ideas are products of continental philosophy and postmodernism, about which you will hear more from Tuhin, our next speaker. So I end here. Thank you so much for your patience. If you have any question, you can ask.
Thank you very much, Diproda, for this wonderful lecture come presentation. It's a beautiful presentation, I must say. I think we all have been benefited with this beautiful presentation, and he has explained metaphor beautifully according to the views of our ancient Sanskrit Alankarikas and also from the Western philosophers like Jacob and Johnson, citing many examples from traditional Sanskrit texts and also from our day-to-day lives. I therefore express my deepest gratitude towards him, and also wish a great future ahead. If you have any questions or queries or clarification about this lecture, uh, please ask, and please write down your questions on the YouTube live streaming comment box. We'll forward those to our resource person. Thank you very much. Uh, Let me check if there are any. Yes, there is. There is a question to you, sir.
I think metaphor is the main reason behind translations are called and treated as research work. Yeah, yeah. Translation requires. So if you're translating one text from another, you should have the cultural understanding of both the linguistic communities. So it's not very mechanical that you can just take a text and mechanically you translate the words into another language. That doesn't happen. So it can be called a translating text as research work, because you are knowing two cultures separately, and you're using terms that are fitted to these two linguistic domains. So of course, yeah, I agree with your comment that translations are, of course, research works.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Uh, are there any, Abhijit sir? Please unmute.
No, sir, there is no question.
Okay. Okay. If there are any, please write down on the comment box. We'll again come to Diprada after Tuhin's presentation, and we can have the answer also now from Diprada. Thank you very much once again, Diprada, on behalf of my department. It's a great pleasure to have you. Thank you. Please stay with
I had a,
us.
Yeah.
I had a question for the brother. If,
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. Someone has a question.
Thanks.
Okay,
No, I was
please
just
go on.
wondering that. First of all, thank you for the, like this illuminating talk, and it just made me think, because I think I'll be also talking a bit on that. But whether in Sanskrit philosophy or theory of language, we hear anything about writing, um, as opposed to speech, uh, and the metaphors as they're used in writing, rather than just as spoken as the spoken word. So, and this is, I mean, I don't know, like this is not just for maybe Deep Brother, but in general, this is something I'm very curious about.
Sorry, lost person problem. Yeah. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, so I was wondering if in Sanskrit philosophy or theory of language, we have anything specifically on the nature of writing as opposed to speech.
Yeah, that's it. This is interesting. Basically, what I know about the Sanskrit culture, that they rarely talks about writing as a separate domain. So writing always follows what we speak. So if you take Sanskrit, that basically so the writing system of Sanskrit totally transfers the spoken language into the written form. So it's very phonetic. So we if you don't know, for example, in English, if you don't know how to pronounce a word, you cannot read, right? So but in Sanskrit it's pretty easy, like whatever you write you speak pretty much the same. So no concepts or ideas I know of is typically related to writing. Then new writing, of course, since the period of Ashoka, we have the writing system. But often in Vedic tradition, writing is despised, and they always say that you should read and you should learn from a guru, not a written text. And they use books. They wrote books, and there are big manuscript traditions with several. Like I think India is the biggest place, the place of the largest manuscript collections all over the world. But they never developed any theory that it's particularly talking about the writing as a separate philosophical domain. So there are writings about manuscript traditions. So how to write manuscripts, like how to there the religious aspects of manuscripts, for example, uh, the rituals associated with manuscript traditions. But writing as something different from spoken language, they never mention anything like that, as far I know.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful because I think it's the same for the history of Western philosophy as well, and that, as you know, is like Derrida's dimension. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Now, has come to listen all the title of this academic session. It is on function of words, Oriental and Occidental views. We have listened to some of the Oriental views and also some Occidental views, also thoughts, also from various scholars, professors throughout these 4 days, and today specifically from Mr. Dipra Chakraborty. Now it's time to listen to some of the Occidental opinions, Western opinions from our second speaker of this session. So, I would like to introduce our second speaker, Mr. Tuhin Bhattacharjee. First of all, he is my friend and a batchmate of graduation and also of post graduation in Jadavpur University. He is currently a PhD scholar and a Henry McCracken Fellow in the Department of Comparative Literature in the New York University, United States of America. A great scholar with an amazing academic background. Tuhin is now working on the recurrent figurations of the maternal feminine in Greek and also in Hindu antiquity, as well as in its receptions in 20th century French theory and post colonial Bengali culture. His areas of research specialization are ancient Greek literature, ancient Sanskrit literature, feminist philosophy, queer theory, psychoanalysis, deconstruction theory, phenomenology, and his areas of competence are Middle English literature, Renaissance literature, 19th and 20th century English literature, post colonial theory, and cinema studies also. He is a graduate teaching assistant and recitation leader in the New York University right now. Before leaving India, he worked as a visiting faculty in the departments of English of Ramakrishna Mission Vidya Mandira College at Belur Mott, West Bengal, and also in the Department of English of the Bhabanipur Education Society College, Kolkata. He is also an educational ambassador currently and mentor for Save Ancient Studies in America, that is called SASA, and he has organized and led a reading group titled The Ancients Did It Too: Sex, Desire, and Seduction in Ancient India and Greece, with participants ranging from high school students and to PhD candidates and university professors also. uh, a writer and presenter of numerous research papers. Mr. Bhattacharjee has been invited to deliver lecture currently in Cornell University Conference also in February 2020. Like our previous speaker, my friend Tuhin is also a polyglot. He also knows many languages like ancient Greek, Sanskrit, French, Bengali, Hindi, and English, obviously. So now I would like to invite Mr. Tuhin Bhattacharjee and ask him to deliver his lecture. The title of his lecture is today Being in the Word, Language, Meaning, and the Supplement in Plato and Derrida. dear scholars and participants, now Mr. Tuhin Bhattacharya. Thank you.
Thank you, Shomajit, for that introduction. There was really no need for all that detail, but thank you so much. Um, and thanks, of course, to Shomajit, Ovijita, and the Department of Sanskrit for inviting me on this panel. It's indeed an honor to be here, mostly because I've never spoken in a Sanskrit conference before. I work primarily on ancient Greek philosophy and 20th century continental philosophy and theory, though I have recently also kind of begun to dabble in some Sanskrit. Shomujit's and my friendship, as he said, goes back a long time. We were friends, classmates, and hostel mates in college, and later batchmates in Jadavpur University as well. Ovishita was a senior in the same college, so I am very, very happy to be here. Um, Also, I don't have like a visual presentation, so I think you'll mostly have to tolerate my face for the next 40-45 minutes or so. Also, am I clearly audible? Can you all hear me clearly? Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I was asked to speak on Western, and when I sat down thinking about it, I realized it's just impossible to do justice to the range and complexity of this tradition, or rather these traditions, in a lecture like this, because what we call the West encompasses a huge multitude of philosophical traditions on both sides of the Atlantic, and also temporally ranging from at least the 5th century BCE, though it goes back even further, to the 21st century. So I had to make a few decisions, and I finally decided to focus on two key movements, one ancient, one modern in Western philosophy. Firstly and primarily, a text by Plato called the Cratylus, composed in the early 4th century BCE in ancient Athens. I will also be following John Sallis, who is a philosopher, his commentary on this text. And then briefly, the theory of the supplement in the book of Grammatology by Jacques Derrida, the radical 20th century French philosopher who is primarily associated with the theoretical movement known as deconstruction. I will talk about Derrida and deconstruction towards the end of the talk. For the first 3 quarters or so, I will try to examine some of the key arguments in Plato's Cratylus and their wider implications for the history of Western philosophy. I will also sometimes passingly refer to ancient Sanskrit theories of language, but I'm really a novice there, so please pardon my missteps and I'll be very happy to be corrected. Okay, so let me begin. Plato, as many of you probably know, lived in the 5th and 4th centuries BCE in Athens, the ancient Greek city-state that is famous for being the first democracy of its kind. Though, like people had the right to vote, but I mean, only citizens had right to vote. And women were not considered citizens, nor were slaves. So only Greek men, Athenian men could vote. Um, Plato was a student of the philosopher Socrates, and he is also known for popularizing the word philosophy in the way we understand it today. The word philosophy is a combination of two Greek words, philos, which means love, and sophia, which means wisdom. So it essentially implies love for wisdom or seeking of wisdom. Socrates, who is usually considered the father of Western philosophy, even though there are centuries of philosophical thinking that precedes him, Socrates did not leave us any of his thoughts in writing. So we do not know for certain what Socrates' actual philosophical teachings were. We only have access to his ideas through the representations of him in the works of his contemporaries, chiefly among them his students Plato and Xenophon, and also the comic playwright Aristophanes. Plato is also considered the originator of the dialogue form. We do not have any philosophical text wholly written in the dialogue format before Plato, at least in the Western tradition. We have drama for sure before Plato, where we have dialogues, but it's a different genre meant for performance on the stage. but we do not have any philosopher using the dialogue form before Plato. This is an especially important and clever move by Plato, not the least because in none of the dialogues do we ever see Plato himself appear as a character. Instead, the conversations usually take place between Socrates and his interlocutors, the other characters he is conversing with. This makes it difficult for us to be certain about Plato's own position in these arguments. Should we take Socrates as the mouthpiece for Plato's views? Is the student hiding behind the figure of the teacher? And what makes this question even more difficult is that many of these dialogues end in aporia. Aporia is a Greek word which means literally roadlessness. When you are going down a road and suddenly there is no road, the road disappears, signifying an inconclusive ending. We often see extremely complex arguments taking place in these dialogues, but many of them end without a definitive conclusion. This is extremely crucial, I think, because it shows that Western philosophy begins not with authoritative statements or solutions, but with an irreducible openness, an openness to several possible answers, directions, interpretations. The voice of this father, Plato the father, is not one of authority, but rather of a radical question. This is no different for the text I am talking about today. Plato's Cratylus opens with two characters, Hermogenes and Cratylus, inviting Socrates to join an argument they are having on the correctness of names. The correctness of names, a subject that was of great interest during Plato's time. Some of the questions they are debating are: how are names ascribed to things in the world? How is it that words acquire their meaning? So, when we say that a word is the correct name for a thing, what is the source of this correctness? Hermogenes believes that names are simply a matter of convention, stamped upon objects in arbitrary fashion, while Cratylus holds the position that words have an intrinsic, natural connection to the things they name, revealing their being, their inner essence. To give an example, Hermogenes would say that a cow is called a cow simply because of convention. There is nothing in the name cow that by nature belongs to an actual cow, or that there is nothing in the name Socrates that reveals who Socrates essentially is. Hermogenes says, and I quote him, no name belongs to a particular thing by nature, but only because of the rules and usage of those who establish the usage and call it by that name. Cratylus, on the other hand, seems to hold the position that words must have some essential relation to the objects they refer to, and that if examined correctly, names would reveal the truth about things. The debate between Hermogenes and Cratylus finds a parallel in ancient Indian philosophy in the war of words between the Nyayikas and Vaisheshikas on the one hand, who believe the relationship between word and meaning to be a matter of convention, and the grammarians and Mimamshikas on the other, for whom this relationship is autpattika, uncreated or non-derived, and siddha, that is often translated as eternal or something that is given to us. For instance, Jamini in his Mimamsha Sutra talks about this. So for this latter group, our learning does not create but only reveals the intrinsic connection between objects and names. Just like a pot is revealed under the presence of light, even though it is still there in front of us when it's dark. This debate gained new life in the Sphota theory of Bhartrihari in the Vakyapadya, who expanded on an earlier theory by Patanjali. I will briefly mention Bhartrihari once again very soon, but to return to Plato for the moment, at the beginning of the Cratylus, Socrates is asked by Hermogenes and Cratylus to join the debate and mediate between the two positions. What follows is a long discussion on the function of names and the relationship between word and being, marked frequently by the elenchus. The elenchus is a typically Socratic method of argumentation based on asking and answering questions in order to test, expose, and refute the fallacies in the opponent's logic. First, Socrates gains Hermogenes' approval as to the two primary functions of names. Firstly, names serve as a means of communication, since it would be impossible for us to interact with one another without some agreement as to the names of things. But secondly, and perhaps more importantly, names serve to reveal things to our consciousness and distinguish them according to their proper being. It is through names, the Greek word is onoma, and through language, the Greek word is logos. Logos means much more. It's one of the most semantically rich words in Greek, but for now, it also means language. So it is through names and language that things manifest themselves to us in their truth. In the Vakyapadya, Bhartrihari developed a highly sophisticated theory in which language and thought are shown to anchor one another. Sphota refers to this non-differentiated principle where our very consciousness seems to be structured like language. For Bhartrihari, even the nature of the self, Atman, is identical with the nature of language thought. He elaborates on the self-manifesting nature of language. Just as fire is the cause of manifesting both itself and the objects it shines on, language too is the cause of its own presencing, as well as the presencing of things. So in chapter 1, verse 46 of the Vakyapadya, so in his words, quote, just as Jyoti, light or fire, resides in the Arani stick and being manifested becomes the cause for manifesting other objects, Shabda resides likewise in Buddhi, the mind, and being manifested becomes separately the cause for manifesting the meaning as well as itself. End quote. Similarly, for Socrates, it is logos or language that opens up the space in which beings can appear to us in their distinctiveness, their difference. There is perhaps no access to things by themselves in their absolute purity without being mediated by logos. I shall return to this idea in detail a little later. Socrates then invokes an analogy between techne, which is the Greek word for art or craft, and logos, techne and logos, art and language, and observes that when we attempt to cut or burn something, we do not just use any kind of equipment to do so, but rather the kind that is appropriate to the kind that is appropriate for the job. Just like only a scissor made of an appropriate metal and not just any metal is capable of cutting, and that only someone who knows the nature of metals can make a scissor that is efficient. Names too, in order to function correctly, must not only be made in a way that is appropriate to the things they name, but also be made by someone who knows the things he's naming. This name maker, as Socrates calls them, must already have a knowledge of the things in advance in order to name them appropriately. We must then, says Socrates, test the names to find out whether the name maker really knew the things he named and whether he named them according to their proper being. In order to do so, Socrates proposes that they investigate whether names by themselves bear witness to their appropriate objects. The fitness of names is thus to be determined solely in terms of what the names themselves make manifest. So Socrates begins his etymological investigations into names such that they lead to the discovery of another, more primary name hidden within the name being investigated. Guided by this new original name thus discovered, Socrates would then proceed to describe its object and examine whether it correctly indicates the nature of that which it names. Socrates then goes through a detailed, threadbare investigation of various kinds of names to discover the primary names concealed within. Some of the examples include the Greek words for gods, hero, man, soul, body, and so on. Like I think he discusses like more than 100 names probably here. Initially, Socrates posits the possibility of a divine origin for primary names, but soon realizes that this argument is untenable, and he thus infers that names must have been created by the earliest men. I will describe just two of his examples here. According to Socrates' account, the word hero, the Greek word is heros, derives from the word eros, the Greek word eros, which means love or desire. And Socrates says that it indicates that a hero is someone who is born of love. Because in Greek mythology, heroes were often born of the union between a god and a mortal woman, or a goddess and a mortal man. Similarly, Socrates explains that the Greek word psyche, which means soul, it's also the word which is now known as psyche. But originally, the word did not mean anything, had not anything to do with psyche as we understand it now. It meant the soul. So the word psyche, Socrates, or psyche, Socrates says, is named thus since it carries, orders, and holds. Ikhe meaning carries, orders, and holds. Not only the body, but all nature. Nature is physis. Hence, accordingly, the soul would be fittingly called, by a combination of nature and holding. So, phusike, which has been contracted into suke. After citing several such examples, Socrates pauses and asks, but where do these original words get their names from? Are there names which are even more primary than these words? How long do we need to continue this process until we reach a name which cannot be traced back any further? Socrates pauses here for a moment and points out the absurdity of this method, as it would inevitably lead to an infinite regress, as we would never know how the archaic name maker made the perpetually receding originary word, if there ever were one. Um, at this point, therefore, Socrates rejects this analysis and looks for an alternative method of arriving at the truth of names. He recalls that for a name to be correct, it must be capable of revealing, of making manifest the being, the true essence of the things named. He now further develops this argument by introducing the notion of mimesis or imitation. If words are to show the truth, they must properly imitate the things they name. So, for example, the name cow should be an imitation of an actual cow. But what kind of imitation would this be? Which quality of the object would the name imitate? So Socrates clarifies that the art of naming does not consist in the imitation of the sound or shape or color of things. These are external qualities. Instead, to name a thing correctly is to imitate its being, its intrinsic nature, by means of letters and syllables. Socrates begins this new analysis by proposing, for example, that the letter rho, which has the sound r, when used in a name, seems to be expressing motion. Speculating that that the sound r must have seemed to the name giver to be a beautiful tool for imitating motion, because the sound r involves motion, perhaps the maximum motion of the tongue. Socrates points at several Greek words denoting some kind of movement which includes the sound r, such as rein, meaning flowing, tromos, meaning trembling, trechein, meaning running, throwein, crushing, thruptein, breaking, and so on. In all these words, the letter R plays a crucial role, and Socrates supposes that the name maker used it to signify motion because, quote, the tongue was most agitated and least at rest in pronouncing this letter, end quote. Similarly, Socrates shows how the letter iota with the sound E, since its sound is so short, seems to be perfect for naming small things, while the letter nu with the sound n, since it is sounded inwardly, is appropriate for naming words like endon, meaning within, and enthos, meaning inside, much like the Sanskrit antar, which also has the na sound. Having discussed several letters and names to this effect, Socrates pauses once again to reflect on what they have inferred so far and says, "But Cratylus, I have long been surprised at my own wisdom and doubtful of it too. That's why I think it's necessary to keep reinvestigating whatever I say, since self deception is the worst thing of all." Soon thereafter, Socrates reviews the second method that he had just demonstrated and finds that it is riddled with contradictions. If a letter accurately imitates the truth of a being, which letter in the word should it be? Citing a few examples, Socrates shows how a word may have letters indicating differing, even contradictory natures. Which letter then is going to prevail over the others? Moreover, letters imitating a certain movement of the tongue are often present in words with the very opposite meaning. After thus illustrating the inconsistency between letters and the meaning of names, Socrates realizes that, in his own words, names of what we consider to be the very worst things seem to be exactly like those of the very best. Um, Having rejected all these methods for determining the relationship between word and being, Socrates returns to the primary function of naming that, if you remember, the three of them had reflected on towards the beginning of the dialogue, and where I also brought up Bhartrihari's Sphota theory. It is through names, through language, through logos, that the being of things is revealed to us. Names serve not only as a means of communication, but also to manifest things to our consciousness by distinguishing them as they themselves are already distinguished in their own being. Therefore, a name can be correct only if the original naming reenacts or imitates the distinction that is proper to the being of things. But in order to achieve this synchrony, this fitness between things and names, the name maker must proceed from the things themselves. Socrates uses the analogy of painting. Just like the painter looks at the original object in the world and then imitates it in his art, the name maker too must already know the thing so as to look at it and imitate its being through the act of naming. It is here, however, that we encounter a crucial paradox that runs through the entire text of the Cratylus. We have already seen that the only way to know the being of things is to proceed from their names. It is names that bring to light the truth of things in their differing from one another. The question that the dialogue has raised at this point can be summarized in this way. If what names imitate is the being of things, and if, therefore, one must have knowledge of the being of a thing in order to name it, how is such an exercise possible at all when the means through which one has access to such knowledge is the name itself? We have run into a dangerous aporia or paradox of the hermeneutic circle here. It is kind of like chicken and egg, which came first. To quote from the dialogue between Socrates and Cratylus, Socrates says, Do you think, Cratylus, that the giver of the first names also knew the things he named? Cratylus says, yes, he did know them. Socrates asks, what names did he learn or discover those things from? After all, the first names had not yet been given. Yet it's impossible, on our view, to learn or discover things except by learning their names or discovering them for ourselves. Cratylus says, you have a point there, Socrates. So Socrates again asks, so, if things cannot be learned except through their names, how can we possibly claim that the name givers had knowledge before any names had been given for them to know? This is a radical circle, as it seems to totally bar us from any access to the things as they are in themselves, restricting us entirely to the realm of language. The parallel between naming and painting seems to be falling apart. Just like the painter, the name maker attempts to look at the original and make a copy. Yet, unlike the painter, the only way he can look at the original is through the copy itself, right? He can know the thing through the name itself. He can look at the original through the copy itself. As Socrates explains, this is because naming involves a radically different type of imitation than painting. An imitation not of the immediately manifest shape or color of a thing, but instead of the being. The Greek word is ousia, the being of a thing, something that is not immediately manifest, something that is in need of being made manifest. Is Socrates here proposing a proto-Kantian understanding of being, where the noumena remains inaccessible behind the phenomenal screen? Are the things as they themselves are then forever lost to us, as we remain limited by the reach of logos, language? Is there any alternative left through which we can know them without mediation? Here I'm also recalling Professor Jan Rubin's talk on the first day of this conference, where he referred to Taittiriya Upanishad, uh, uh, book 3, chapter 9, verse 1, which seeks to describe a reality that transcends language and thought. The quotation from the Taittiriya Upanishad is, the bliss of the eternal, Brahmanaha Ananda, from which words turn back without attaining, and the mind as well returns baffled. Who knows that bliss of the eternal? Socrates seems to be looking for something similar in this dialogue. Not so much a bliss, but a transcendental reality bereft of the trappings of language. Towards the end of the Cratylus, Socrates suggests that since names seem to be leading us nowhere close to the things, we must find a way to avoid being deceived by them. Turning to Cratylus, he asks him to consider an issue which Socrates says, about which Socrates says he often dreams. He describes this dream in the form of a question. He says, shall we say that there is a beauty itself and a good itself, and so each of the beings, or not? In other words, Socrates is asking whether there are only beautiful things or good things or bad things which we cannot access because we are caught up in the web of language, or there is something like, say, beauty in and of itself, which can be known directly and which only radiates itself through the things we call beautiful. Even though Socrates seems to suggest that one can know beauty itself without mediation, without contamination, by avoiding falling into the trap of language, what is extremely curious, as John Sallis in his commentary points out, is the way Socrates speaks of this problem. He says that it is a question about which he often dreams. Why does Socrates invoke the medium of dream to communicate his argument about being? In his commentary, Sallis brings together many of the references to dreams in Plato's other dialogues to argue, quite persuasively I think, that since dreams are revealed to us as images, and I'm quoting Sallis here, what is introduced through the language of the dream is not being itself in distinction from images of being, but rather another image of being itself and an image of the distinction between original and image. And within the state of the dream, the distinction between the image of the distinction between the beautiful and unbeautiful things and the distinction itself cannot be drawn. End quote. The distinction between original and image, or original and copy, appears to Socrates as yet another image, yet another copy, as an image in the dream. Which is to say that what Socrates introduces is only a copy, dare we say a copy without an original, of the distinction, the difference between original and copy. What Socrates brings to light, therefore, is not simply a phenomenon that hides the noumena, but instead a logos where the very distinction between things as they themselves are and as they show themselves to us, between essence and appearance, original and copy, seems to come undone. But logos, be it the language of dreams or the language of names, make manifest is not a purely intelligible being, but the manifestation itself. So what is being made manifest is the manifestation itself, the self-revelation of being in and as logos itself. That's all I think I had to say about Plato's Cratylus. I know I promised to talk a little bit about Jacques Derrida as well, and I will. But in order to make a smoother transition from the 5th century BCE to the 20th century CE, we should have ideally looked at another famous dialogue by Plato called the Phaedrus, which becomes a crucial text for Derrida as he develops his theories on the nature of writing. But of course, we don't have the time to do a close reading of the Phaedrus, so I will focus on Derrida. I decided to talk on the Cratylus instead of the Phaedrus because the Cratylus is much less known, and I think it is deserving of more attention. However, what might perhaps help us see how everything we have looked at so far in a way leads us to Derrida's deconstruction of Western philosophy is the curious absence of any discussion on the nature of writing in this elaborate and highly complex dialogue on language in the Cratylus. There is no discussion of writing as such, as distinct from speech, even though the dialogue itself is, of course, written. Language in Plato, and as Derrida will show in much of the history of Western philosophy, has been equated with the spoken word. It has been taken for granted that writing, I think as Dept said about the Indian tradition as well, writing is an unfortunate necessity, a derivative of speech, a technical device or external accessory that is not worthy of philosophical consideration. What is it about writing that makes philosophy so anxious of it? Why does Socrates in the Phaedrus deride writing in favor of speech? Derrida argues that it is precisely because it is written that philosophy must condemn writing, must define itself against writing. To claim that its statements are structured by logic, reason, truth, and not by the rhetoric of the language in which they are expressed, philosophical discourse defines itself against writing. Dept in his lecture right before brilliantly demonstrated how language is pervaded by metaphors and images. And throughout this conference, we have discussed the various powers of language, Abhida, Lakshana, Vyanjana, and so on. But writing, from the perspective of at least Western philosophy and probably Indian philosophy as well, is the external, the physical, the non-transcendental. And the threat posed by writing is that its seductive charms might affect or infect the meaning it is supposed to represent. Jonathan Culler, who is a theorist, writes that we can see here, we can glimpse here the outlines of a very familiar model. So there is truth at the top in this transcendental realm, and then there are mediating systems through which this truth is communicated. In speech, there is already mediation. But in speech, the words disappear soon as they are uttered, so they do not continue to obtrude and distort truth with ambiguities. Writing, on the other hand, presents language as a series of physical marks that operate in the absence of the speaker or of the author. They may be highly ambiguous and organized in artful rhetorical patterns. The ideal would be to contemplate thought directly. Since this cannot be, language should be as transparent as possible. The threat of writing is that instead of permitting direct contemplation of thought, rhetorical strategies and the desires they express might arrest the gaze and corrupt the pure contemplation of thought. In the Phaedrus, Socrates characterizes writing as a bastardized child, that is, a child whose father is unknown, or in other words, a child who is removed from its origin. This is what Derrida defines as the logocentrism of Western metaphysics, the orientation of philosophy towards a particular order of meaning, thought, truth, reason, logic, the word, conceived as a foundation, as existing in itself, and a simultaneous distrust of rhetoric, desire, passion, writing. Derrida shows that how in the Western tradition of thinking about language, speech is seen as natural, direct communication, marked by what Derrida calls the metaphysics of presence, the presence of the speaker, the presence of meaning, the presence of being. While writing, marked as it is by the absence of the author, can lead to a multiplication and proliferation of meanings and interpretations that could escalate beyond control. The relationship between speech and writing gives us a structure which Derrida identifies in several texts and which he calls, using a term that the 18th century philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau applies to writing, a logic of the supplement. Rousseau writes that languages are made to be spoken. Writing serves only as a supplement to speech. And this concept, as it appears in Rousseau, captures for Derrida its paradoxical nature. On the one hand, a supplement is a superfluous extra, added to something that is complete in itself. But on the other hand, the supplement is added in order to complete, to compensate for a lack in what was supposed to be complete in itself. Rousseau describes writing as a technique added to speech, foreign to speech, which can be added to speech only if speech is not self-sufficient, only if there is already in speech a lack or absence that enables writing to supplement it. This emerges strikingly in Rousseau's discussion of writing, where he condemns writing as, quote, a destruction of presence and disease of speech. His own activity as a writer is presented, however, quite traditionally as an attempt to restore, through the absence that marks writing, a presence that has been missing from speech. So in his Confessions, Rousseau writes, one of his works is called Confessions, in that he writes, these are his words, "I would love society as others do, if I were not sure of showing myself not just at a disadvantage, but as completely different from what I am. The decision I have taken to write and to hide myself is precisely the one that suits me. If I were present, people would never have known what I was worth." So this is like an extremely interesting paradox here. He says that it is through speech that one can truly know what one is. But in this passage, he says that I am not a social person because whenever I try to socialize, I feel that I'm not myself. And it is only through writing I can feel that I can really mean what I want. This is something that is this contradiction is very interesting for Derrida. Writing can be compensatory, a supplement to speech, only because speech is already marked by the qualities generally predicated of writing. That is absence and misunderstanding, as Rousseau's passage shows. Even in speech, which we kind of think is marked by presence and perfect communication, there is always the scope of absence and misunderstanding, all these qualities which are usually attributed to writing. So Derrida, in fact, therefore, would see even speech as a form of arche-writing or proto-writing. Derrida's discussion of what he calls this dangerous supplement in Rousseau describes this structure in a variety of domains. Rousseau's various external supplements are called in to supplement precisely because there is always a lack in what is supplemented, an originary lack. For example, Rousseau discusses education as a supplement to nature. Nature is in principle complete, to which education, to which education is just an external addition. But the description of this supplementation reveals an inherent lack in nature. Nature must be completed, nature must be supplemented by education if nature is to be truly itself. The right education is needed if human nature is to emerge as it truly is. Nature cannot become itself without the mediation of education. The superfluous extra thus turns out to be an essential component of that which it supplements. Um, yeah, I think I will conclude here by briefly going back to our discussion of Plato in order to ask if we can read a logic of supplementarity very actively at work in the Cratylus. We saw how Socrates, in his investigation of the relationship between language and being, fails to identify a method through which we can have immediate access to the nature of things. Words always come in between. Even when Socrates speaks of beauty as it is in itself, beyond the reach of language, he can do so only through the medium of another language, the imaginal language of dreams. We also saw how seeking the original object behind its name runs into an inevitable paradox, a circle which leads not from name to thing, but from name to name. If Socrates here seems to be dissolving the binary between prior and latter, original and copy, can we not use his own logic against him as regards his discussion of writing in the Phaedrus? If, as Socrates' own argument shows, the original needs a copy in order to be original in the first place, does this not warrant a rigorous reinvestigation of Platonic philosophy and of the all too customary accusations of its privileging of presence? I leave the question open. Thank you.
Uh, thank you very much, Tuhin, for this wonderful lecture. And he, one second. So we have, Tuhin has beautifully examined and answered many questions that were raised by him in his abstract that can be found in the abstract booklet that has been shared with all of you. The questions were like, how are names ascribed to things in the world? How is it that words acquire meaning? Are names simply a matter of convention stamped upon objects in arbitrary fashion? Or do words have an intrinsic connection to the things they name, revealing their being, their inner sense? These were the questions raised by him in his abstracts, and he has beautifully examined and answered those questions. So, like this, Tuhin beautifully investigated the relationship between word and meaning as found in the writings of Plato and Derrida. In the first half of his lecture, he described Plato's Cratylus, which is a beautiful dialogue. I must say, a beautiful dialogue on the correctness of names. And in the second half of his lecture, Tuhin mainly focused on the post-structuralist tradition, primarily the problems raised by Derrida's writings on the names of writing and so on. So I thank him very much from the Department of Sanskrit of my university, and I wish a very, very, very great future ahead. If there are any questions, Abhijit sir, please put those on the. Yes, there is one from Shantanu Sarkar.
Somehow we can say that deconstruction theory is very relevant to the context of Shabda Vritti Vichara. Um, I actually am not sure because I think Shomajit might need to help me about Shabda Vritti Vichara. As I said, like I'm always in Sanskrit philosophy, so I might need some help on what Shabda Vritti Vichara
Uh,
is. But as I said, I think what I think the other thing that I also find very interesting and in a way something that speaks to structuralist and post-structuralist theories of language is the apoha theory of meaning. In the Sanskrit apoha theory of meaning, uh, uh, meaning is ascribed by exclusions, right? So if we have a word bat, the word cat, this is like a typical structuralist example. The word cat means what it means simply because the word cat is not bat or rat. So it is through these exclusions or through these differences that we arrive at meaning. And Ferdinand de Saussure, the preeminent structuralist linguist, he said that language is not referential. That is, language does not refer to something in the world, but instead language is differential. Language works through difference. And I think I find this remarkably well illustrated in the apoha theory of meaning in Sanskrit, in ancient Sanskrit grammar theories of language. And also, I think something have recently become deeply interested in is Bhartrihari's Sphota theory, because I think it's just it in a way I feel like is also countering, right, this the Upanishadic idea of some essence that is the something that is this pure bliss that is beyond language. But I think Bhartrihari is showing us how we cannot really distinguish between language and being. Being appears in language, but perhaps also as language, if I can say so. Yeah, that's all I think I can say.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Shantanu has another question. Can we connect the Fratalis theory to the Sanskrit metaphor? Uh, which theory, Shantanu, are you talking about? I mean, because as I said, like Fratalis, in the Fratalis Socrates like refers to so many theories and then keeps on dismissing each of them. Um, so I think if you could just say like which theory you can talk about, it would be very helpful.
Please
What I can
specify.
say is that Socrates, I mean Plato is using metaphorical language all the time. This is a pretty dense and complex text. I could follow only some of the strands. I could describe only some of the strands in the argument. So here he uses the metaphor of painting, but also the metaphor of weaving, and many others, in fact. And something that is very interesting also is the fact that Plato is often dismissed, not Plato, but at least Plato's Republic, for example, which is his perhaps most famous dialogue, is seen as this institutionalizing text, which is often read even as a fascist text. This is idealizing this republic where poets are banished. So poets and myth makers are banished from Plato's Republic. But what's very curious is that at the end of the Republic, the dialogue concludes with an extremely long and elaborate myth. So even though Socrates seems to dismiss myth makers and images and poetry, uh, the Republic ends with a radical return to myth, to the language of images, and I think to the language of metaphors. And I think that is something that still needs to be examined much more
Okay,
than it is.
okay, thank you. Kratalla's theory, yes, there is another one from Dhruvo Das.
Could you please elaborate on Derrida's on the name, where he says the name suggests almost immediately the other of itself? Yeah, I think, again, on the name is an extremely complex and fascinating text. I think it's also where he talks about Kora, right? Dhruvo, Plato's Kora. I think there he's talking about the impossibility of positing names as something positive, right? For him, names are always, as I said, differential, because the moment we name something, we are already distinguishing it from everything else. So a naming of the self is always already a naming of the other. Right? So a name uh, always contains within itself the traces of what is not itself, traces of what is the other. And so you cannot. There are no positive terms. Every positive term, everything that we think of as a positive term, is infected, contaminated by traces of that which it seeks to exclude, that which is the other. And this is also very political, I think, because when we think of identity, it could be religious identity, cultural identity, as something unique, something pure. Derrida would show how that purity is possible only by its exclusions of, of something that it is not, and yet by which it is already contaminated. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Tuhin, for
Thank you.
the
The pleasure is
clarification.
entirely mine.
Now, okay.
Well,
So our fourth and last academic session. Yes.
okay, can I ask a question, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know
Please,
much
please.
about the Greek tradition, so I'm interested. Like in Sanskrit tradition, we always talk about language in terms of Sanskrit. Like Sanskrit is dominated everywhere. Like they, as if it seems that they don't know any other language, like just Sanskrit. So in Greek tradition, the I know like Greeks are always in contact with other people like Canaanites, Egyptians, and other Semitic groups, Persians. Uh, so in their theory, do they talk about different forms of words in different languages? Like, do they express anything like that? The difference between languages. Um,
Yeah, that's an interesting question. The one thing that just off my head comes to mind is that in the protagonist itself there are these references to other languages. So when Socrates is doing this regress, like if one name a name must have been derived from a previous name, right, from a more primary name, and he then says like have an even more primary name, then he reaches this point where this original name that he finds is almost unrecognizable. He says that what does this mean? This ultimate origin, if there is one. Uh, how did that word come from? So at that point, he refers to foreign words. He said that they must have had a foreign origin, or barbaric origin, and that is interesting because there also we see how the other is always already there in the very origin of the self. And also, we know, I think, in several Greek texts, we get we hear the idea that the Greek alphabet derives from like comes from outside because it's the Phoenician alphabet, which was kind of imported to Greece later on. So we have these ideas, but I don't know if there are like any theories as such in detail on foreign languages. I don't think so. I'm not aware of it.
well, thank you so much for a wonderful talk. I really enjoyed
Thank you.
the discussion.
It's entirely my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If Professor Dasgupta has any comment on both of these lectures, please, madam, if
Well,
you
before
can.
she begins, I just want to say that uh, she presented a topic in last World Sanskrit Conference on metaphors, I think in Jaimnya Brahmana, and uh, this paper came to me, and Professor Dasgupta hasn't yet got it, uh, but I got several ideas from her writings. So I I'm really grateful for her for that paper. Um, and she did mention these ideas like generative cognitive linguistics, Lakoff, and a lot of different issues I got from that paper, like Yaska's take on metaphor and take on Rupaka and how he explains, uh, and then how we can apply these things to Vedic texts. So that's a wonderful paper. It was really useful for my presentation.
Thank you, Dept,
Madam.
for this acknowledgement. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
And I'm very much indebted to both of the speakers for their topic selection and their deliberation. And both are the area where I'm presently interested in. And I have, in fact, doing some work on metaphor and metonymy in the Vedic text as a tool of cognition and as part of cognitive linguistics. I did some study on the post-structuralism and postmodernism as well, and tried to apply the theories for the deconstruction of especially the cryptic literature of the Vedas, because you know that this type of interpretation, this postmodernic or post-structural interpretation, is only possible for those texts which are open and not closed like detective stories or like the newspaper presentation. Whatever, in that way, I find that the most ancient, most archaic literature of the Indo-Europeans to be the best source from where we should begin with this possibility that this is not the way, this is not the way, that you cannot take a word in its obvious meaning. A word is not a word is not limited to a particular meaning. And that's the theory of the post-structuralists and as well as whatever the postmodernists say. They say that meaning is never arriving. You never arrive at meaning. You cannot uh, delimit the meaning of a text which is open, which is better to say poetic or cryptic in nature. And to start with the Vedas, you have to deal with the cryptic language of it. As well as it is archaic, no doubt, it is cryptic in all sense, at least some major portions of text. So only through the word meaning relationship, what is called abhidha, that is the direct meaning of or a particular meaning a word suggests, we cannot arrive at the intended meaning that the early poet wanted to convey. However, I'm very much indebted to both of you because I have written in the comment box that Wipro's approach on Wipro's taking the maxims, the Laukika Nyaya in the discussion of metaphors in classical Sanskrit is really, it delighted me a lot because I didn't think about this. I didn't ponder on the topic of maxims, that is Laukika Nyaya. They're full, they're just metaphors and they work as symbols to convey what you want to mean to your audience in a very precise sense, and it completely depends on symbols. There are so many, like Kakakshi Golakavat, that they they hold that a crow has no right to speak and
Hello, madam, we can't hear
We
you.
seem to have lost her.
Yes, I think connection is lost. I think this is the problem. This is the only one problem we are having through these four
This
and
is the
five days.
new reality.
Yes,
But it is so apt also, no? Like she was just saying that one never arrives at meaning. It remains perpetually open. It's always incomplete. So I think it's very apt that yeah, her speech was incomplete.
विप्रद विघ्नाः न अपगताः यद्यपि अस्माभिः मन्त्रः नाम पठितः तथापि न अपगतः विघ्नः श्रेयांसि बहु विघ्नानि अ, अस्तु
महोदय कुत्र गता?
महोदय कनेक्शन इज लॉस्ट आई थिंक महोदय नास्ति अधुना साम्प्रतम् आगच्छति वा भवान् तु द्रष्टुं
नहीं
शक्नोति
नहीं
आगच्छति वा सा
नागच्छति।
अस्तु भवान् एकवारं दूरवाणीं कृत्वा कृपया पृच्छतु यदि अ, वयं किं तर्हि अग्रे गच्छामः शुड वी
Yes, yes. You may proceed.
ओके थैंक यू
Yes,
once again our very Mo madam is here okay
The return.
okay
I hope I'm visible as well as audible.
yes,
yes
yes,
madam
madam.
yes madam
No, not again.
Yes, madam. Hello, madam.
She seems to have frozen
visible
over.
but
Yeah.
not
Not even visible. Like it's the screen is frozen.
okay should we wait for some time or so let me proceed. Okay, I thank both of them, Mr. Dipra Chakravorty and Mr. Tuhin Bhattacharya, once again uh, from the on behalf of my department. And now here our fourth and last academic session ends. Now we'll go to the paper presentation session. There were 5 paper presenters in the program schedule, but for some unavoidable circumstances, 2 of them couldn't come here today. One of them is affected with COVID-19. We are very, I mean, very sorry for her, and, and the other one is also ill. I pray to the Almighty for their speedy recovery. So now we will be listening to from 3 paper presenters, and the first one is Dr. Vishwarup Mondal. He is an assistant professor of the Department of Sanskrit of Hooghly Mohsin College, West Bengal, and the topic of his presentation today will be on Spotism in Sanskrit grammar. Okay, before he starts, Professor Dasgupta, if you want to conclude or your remarks on both of them, please do so.
I think I'll be better commenting on them when I'll speak for the valedictory, for the valedictory.
Okay, absolutely fine. And may I now request Professor Mo Dasgupta, Madam, the professor and Sahitya Academy awardee also, to chair this session also. Yeah, there are 3 paper presentation. if you could, madam, chair this session, chair this paper presentation session. So we have right now with us Dr. Bishwarup Mondal, Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit, Hukli Mohsin College, West Bengal. And the topic of his presentation or deliberation today is Sphotism in Sanskrit grammar. Thank you, Dr. Bishwarup Mondal.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes, yes. You are audible.
You're audible.
Okay. Good day, everybody. Respected chairperson, madam. I convey my heartfelt greetings to all of you, and I congratulate to Podikar Panchanan Verma University Sanskrit Department from my bottom of heart for this worldwide webinar. My topic is Photoism in Sanskrit grammar. I start this now. Among the many perpetual problems which pester our ancient intellectuals, problems such as those connected with free will, perception, the existence of God, and the same, is the problem of how individual words or letters combine to give meaning to a sentence. For how can distinct entities like words or letters, each with their separate meanings, you need to give a new meaning, wholly different from what was present in disparate units individually? In other words, how does one explain that the sentence of the word is not just the epistemological sum of the parts of the words or the letters composing the sentence or the word respectively? Or ancient intellectuals not only arise the question but also spent about 1,000 years trying to find out the answers. And even today, judging by the modern stalwarts on the period from Patanjali, Bhartrihari to later Naikas, the issue is still being raised and not about. One of the answers to the perpetual problem is found in the theory of photo. It will be the task of this article to show in what way the problem of meaning described briefly above was answered by the photo theorists. Barry, the predecessor of Panini, was the first who discussed about photo in his Sangraha. The school of thought started by Audambarano may be considered as the forerunner of the photo theory of Patanjali and Bhartrihari. In accord with Yasko, Audambarano held the view that only the sentence is found in the minds of the listeners and the speaker. Panini, in his Ashtadhyayi, mentions Photayana in his aphorism amongst Photayanas. But unfortunately, Katyayana never used any photo-related term in his article. The term photo is first minutely observed by the great grammarian Patanjali in his Mahabhashya. According to Patanjali, the photo is the unchanging pattern of sound units or a time series pattern of such units. Chatpadi Singha Trayasopada, this Vedic verse quoted Mahabhashyakar, the Uddhatkaro commentator explained, Pada Pashyanti Madhyama Vaikhari Rupani. For this explanation, I quote Bhojaraja in his Sringara Prakash, in his ninth Prakasha, explain this. Shabda Brahmanas Chatusra Avastha Vaikhari Madhyama Pashyanti Suksmeti. Tatra yang sthana karana prajatana kramavajya mano gakaradi varno samudaya trimika va sa vaikhari. Ya punarantu sajjal rupa kramavati satragracha varna bhibanti rupa sa madhyama. या तु वर्ण विभाग भावादक्रमा स्वयं प्रकाशा सा च पश्यन्ति या पुनरनाद्य विद्या वसन प्लव मान शब्दार्थ भेद रहिता बोध रूप ब्रह्म शब्द वाच्या स्वरूप ज्योति रेवात्म मन अनंतर उपाय प्रकाशते सा सूक्ष्म. Now I go to Bottiori's theory. Bottiori starts his discussion on photo theory with the observation that words or sentence can be considered under two aspects, as sound patterns or as meaning-bearing symbols. The sound pattern, which is the external facet of the language symbol, is called the Prakrita Dhvani. This is the abstract sound pattern with the time sequence still attached to it. The second meaning-bearing aspect of the language symbol is its semantic facet. This ortho, which is a part-less integral linguistic symbol, is called the photo. Bottiori analyzed key aspects of the language situation like is Vyakrita Dhvani, the actual sound pattern pronounced and heard by a person during speech. It includes all the various differences in intonation, tempo, pitch, etc., depending on the individual speakers. Prakrita Dhvani, the normal phonological pattern or the expression in mind. It is indicated by Vyakrita Dhvani, but all the non-linguistic personal variations are eliminated at the stage. Both the speaker and the listeners are conscious of the normal phonological patterns alone. The time sequence is still present in these. Photo, the integral linguistic symbol, which is the unit of meaning. It cannot be pronounced or written. This is revealed by the Prakrita Dhvani. It is indivisible and timeless. There is no photo without meaning. It is the meaning hearing nature of an expression that makes in a photo. The photo, the word or the sentence located in the minds, both speaker and listener, and taken as an integral symbol, is revealed by the second produced in a fixed order. The sounds are only the manifesting agencies and have no functions other than the revealing the symbol. Each symbol helps to manifesting the photo. The first one vaguely and the next one more clearly, and so on, until the last one, abided by the impressions of the preceding perceptions, reveals it clearly and distinctly. This full-fledged word will make a pratibha in our mind of and make photo possible. The photo is one of indivisible. The sounds start uttered to reveal. The photo cannot be considered as a part of the essential word of or photo, or only as diacritical marks to reveal the identity of the whole word. The process of revelation of the word by the sound is from the intermediate stage. It begins from complete ignorance process, though partial knowledge, and ends in complete knowledge. Classification of photo. Due to short of time, I shortened my paper. Bonus photo. It is defined as denotative vachako where a single phoneme or a term or affix is found to be so, and therefore the Warner's photo is taking place. The theory utilizes the analysis from bottom to top, which is mainly found in grammatical treatises such as Panini's descriptive grammar. Warner's photo has its difficulties in the immediate application to the analysis of the word, especially when the synthetic forms of the word are explained, such as the word photo, for it can't clearly define them into separate and meaningful units. Others photo. It maintains that the finished word or finished word as a unique entity conveys the meaning, and the division into the morphological components into suffixes, stem, etc. does not occur when the speaker or the listener understand the speech. The theory claims that the text can be described by listening to the words and their meaning, as well as perceiving the relation between them in syntactic structure of a sentence. It is by listening to the meaning of every word and linking it with another word that the meaning of the sentence can be understood. But since the meaning of the sentence is the final meaning which is to be understood, then the Photo theory is found insufficient in the description of the perception of meaning and leads to the next level of synthesis, Photo. Photo, it maintains that the sentence is a unique entity which conveys the meaning. The sentence is itself is a unit of meaning. Photo, however, does not claim that the constituents of the sentences do not have meaning. The main point of this theory is that the words should be always seen and understood in a context. The words have their meaning only when they form a part of sentence. We have another classification according to him. Photo and Photo, Photo. It maintains that the word is perceived as undivided single meaning bearing unit. It is not perceived by parts, suffix, tense, etc., but as single and undivided meaningful entity. Photo. It says that it is insufficient to perceive the separate word for in ordinary communication. The sentence as a whole is perceived as meaningful and not a separate word. Theory thinks that such division of the sentence into words and stems, etc., does not exist in the ordinary perception of speech. We have also find another classification of photo that's called Noakes admits Vectis photo and Chatis photo. The answer, the question whether this photo is particular or universal, there are two theories: the Vectis photo Vado, Chatis photo Vado. The Chatis photo Vado maintains that non-difference in the wide varied individual elements in generic, while Vectis photo Vado says the difference is associative. For the Jatish photo, the meaning hearing word is the class, that's like both or humanity, madness, cowness, etc., which is revealed by the individual instances in his karikas, but the individuals are not meaning bearers. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishwarup Mondal, for your Dr. Vishwarup Mondal, Dr. Mondal, for your beautiful paper on Photism in Sanskrit grammar. It undoubtedly has thrown some light to the special branches of special specifications of photos like Varna photo, Shabda photo, Vakya photo, etc. And we find that this argument of the grammarians are existing already in the doctrine of the Mimamsakas like Abhitanvada, Anvitabhidheyavada of Kumarila, and Abhidheyan, I meant to say Anvitabhidhanavada of the Prabhakar. Where in the Anvitabhidhana sect, they think that the birth has no separate meaning. They only convey meaning when they are constructed as a sentence. While the Kumarila propounds the theory of Abhitanvayavada, where all the words of a sentence have definite meaning, and together they bring the complete meaning of a sentence. And this is what we find in the clash of the theories between the Varna Spotavadins and the Vakya Spotavadins, not Varna Spota, the Shabda Spotavadins and the Vakya Spotavadins. However, it is quite a delight to listen to you, and we will surely move forward to the next speaker, the convener, please.
Just a minute, madam. I have mentioned all these my full paper, but I have to summarize this. Okay. Thank
Yes.
you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bishwarup Mondal sir, for your wonderful deliberation. Now our next speaker is, the paper is jointly presented by Dr. Devolina Saikia and by Mr. Poritos Das. Devolina Saikia, she is right now is an assistant professor of the Department of Sanskrit of the University of Bardwan, and Mr. Poritos Das is also is an assistant professor of the Department of Sanskrit of the Sanskrit College and University. And their topic today is Tatparya Vritti in Sanskrit Poetics. Now, Dr. Devolina Saikia. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaskar, respected chairperson of the session, Professor Modas Gupta Madam, my colleagues, scholars, and dear students. Is it visible? Share screen.
You are visible and audible too.
No, sir, ma'am, PPT is not visible yet.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you as well. We can see you and we can hear you as
Yes,
well.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Is PPT is visible?
What? PPT,
PowerPoint?
PPT.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So, the topic of my presentation is Tatparya Vritti in Sanskrit Poetics. Outline of this presentation, introduction, what is Tatparya and Tatparya Vritti in Sanskrit Poetics. I basically focus on Abhinavagupta, Mammata, Vishwanatha, Dhananjaya and Dhanika and Bhojaraja and remarks. So, first of all, the introduction. We know that human behavior is impossible beyond language. For our day-to-day life communication, we use language in the form of sentences. For a communication, you do use sentences, but there is a process of communication. For in this process, we have various stages like padajnanam, the knowledge of padas. From the knowledge of padas, we got the padartha smaranam, that is the remembrance of the padarthas. Then the third stage is padartha dvaya samsarga, that is the relation between two meanings. Or the fourth or the last one is shabdabodha, that is verbal understanding. Now, if, for example, if there is a sentence which is A plus, B plus, C plus, D plus is a sentence, and there are four padas in this sentence. These are A, B, C, and D. So A has individual meaning like A dash, B has B dash, C has C dash, and D has D dash. Now, these meanings are not related yet, but one has to relate each word meanings. If A dash is related to B dash, B dash is related to C dash, C dash is related to D dash, then only Shabdabodha or the verbal understanding happens. Now, question arises or problem arises where that is between the padartha dvaya samsarga, that is the relation between two padarthas. Now there are various philosophers or in Indian intellectual tradition, there are alankarikas also, they put their different views. They what is the theory of meaning, how does the padarthas related in a sentence. So first of all, the theories of the meaning of a sentence. There are various theories. Obviously, the first one is Abhihitanvayavada, which is propounded by Kumarila Bhatta, and his Abhihitanam Padarthanam Arthabhidhainam va Padanam Anvayah iti e vadanti te Abhihitanvayavadinaha. The second was is Anvita Bhidhanavada. It is propounded by Prabhakara Mishra. Anvitanam eva padarthanam abhidhanam shabdahi pratipadanam iti ye vadanti te anvita bidhanavadina. The third one is Samsarga Maryadavada, which is propounded by the later Navya specifically Gadadhara in his Vutpattivadaha. It says Shabdabodhe cha ekapadarthi aparapadartha samsargaha samsarga maryadaya bhasate. And last but not least, Tatparyavada is also accepted by some scholars like Chanta Bhatta, etc. I am not going into details of it because of my time limit. Now the question is, what is Tatparya? Tatparya, as we all know, that is the intention of the speaker, and it has very important role in the process of verbal understanding or in communication. If we first look upon the dictionary meaning, apti says the purport, meaning, or scope is Tatparya. Monier Williams says as aim, object, purpose, meaning, and purport is Tatparya. More or less, Vishwanatha in his Bhasha Parichheda gives a definition of Tatparya as Vaktur Ichhatu Tatparyam Parikirtitam. The object or intention of the speaker in using particular words in a sentence is Tatparya. The term Tatparya, it has various implications, namely the first one, we may say the purport of a verbal statement as accepted by the Mimamsakas, specifically the Bhatta Mimamsakas. Secondly, the intention of the speaker, as I have already mentioned, Vishwanatha told, as interpreted by the Noyayikas. And thirdly, a function with his status similar to that of Abhidha, Lakshana, and Vyanjana as referred by some poeticians. I will focus upon the third point of the view of some poeticians here in this presentation. So first of all, to coming to the point of my paper, that is the Tatparya Vritti in Sanskrit poetics, it is to be mentioned here first that in Sanskrit poetics, there are three vrittis are universally accepted. These are Abhidha, Lakshana, and Vyanjana. But there are some scholars also, they also talk about one separate type of vritti, the fourth type of vritti, that is Tatparya. First of all, we may mention Abhinavagupta. Abhinavagupta in his Lochana, that is the commentary on Dvanyaloka, he refers Tatparya as a separate vritti. And he says that its distinct functions of words as Abhidha, Tatparya, Lakshana, and Vyanjana. He mentions four distinct functions of words. I have to explain something here in the context of the explanation of Brahmadharmika, the famous sloka. What Lochana, Abhinavagupta in his Lochana says that this Brahmadharmika has primary meaning, that is Vidhi, that is Brahma. But there is also an intended meaning of this sloka. What is this? That is Nishedha. But problem arises when, because the Abhidha or primary significative power could not give us the two contradict meanings, because one is Vidhi, one is Nishedha. Then in this context, he explains what is Abhidha, what is Lakshana, and etc. And according to him, Abhidha is such a vritti, it only expresses the word meanings, but it cannot connect the word meanings, different word meanings. So, once the isolated word meanings are referred by Abhidha, Tatparya Shakti helps to convey the syntactic relation among the word meanings. तो विशेष रूपे वाक्यार्थे तात्पर्य शक्ति परस्परान्विते प्रतिपत्तिश्च अन्वयस्य न अभिधशक्त्या तस्याः पदार्थ प्रत्युपक्षिणया विरम्य व्यापारात् इति तात्पर्य शक्ति एव अन्वय प्रतिपत्तिः. So what Abhidha can do? Abhidha can do only produce the primary meaning, but after that it ceases, viramati, and next Tatparya only can अन्वय प्रतिपत्ति, that is the syntactic relation. So तत्र च द्वितीय कक्षायां भ्रमेति विधि अतिरिक्तं न किंचित् प्रतीयते अन्वय मात्रस्यैव प्रतिपन्नत्वात्. द्वितीय कक्षायां means Tatparya. Because of Tatparya, the meaning of the shloka Brahmadharvika never changes. The vidhi meaning never changes. But what is the function of that Tatparya then? Anvaya matra, that is the syntactic relation. Now comes to the Mammata also. Mammata in his second ullas of his Kavya Prakasa, he mentions that Tatparya artho api keshuchit. And in his own vritti, he says, Akanksha yogyata sannidhi vashad bhakshamana swarupanam padarthanam samanvaye tatparyartho vishesa vapur apadartho api vakyarthe samullasati iti abhihitanvayavadinam matam. So what he says that Kishuchit, some scholars, according to some scholars, the meanings of the words become related together through mutual expectancy, compatibility, or proximity. After that, meaning of the sentence appears, which is not expressed by any single words constituting the sentence or padartha, and which is of a peculiar character. Vishesha Bapu comes to be called by the name Tatparyartha. This view is, according to Mammata, this view is by Abhihitanvayavadina, that is Bhatta Mimamsakaha. Now, this view is also by some commentators of Mammata also held this view that by Abhihitanvayavadina, Bhatta Mimamsakanam ityartha in his Jhalkikar, in his Balabodhini commentary, Manikya Chandra in his Samketa Tika also said that Keshuchit Abhihitanvayavadi Bhattishu ityartha. Coming to the views of some modern scholars in this point, they also accept that Mammata refers to the view of Abhihitanvayavadinas by Keshuchit. In this regard, P.V. Kane in his translation of Sahitya Darpana, K.C. Pandey in his comparative aesthetics, S.S. Sukthankar in his Kavya Prakasa also, they held the same view, that this view is of the Abhihitanvayavadins, that is of the Bhatta Mimamsakas. Now coming to the point of Vishwanatha in his Sahitya Darpana, he also says that Tatparyakhyam vrittim ahu padartha anvaya bodhane Tatparyartham tadartham cha vakyam tad bodhakam pare. Abhidhaya ekeka padartha bodhana viramat वाक्यार्थस्य पदार्थ अन्वयस्य बोधिका तात्पर्यं नाम वृत्तिः तद अर्थश्च तात्पर्यार्थ तद बोधकं च वाक्यम् इति अभिहितान्वयवादिनां मतम्. What he says is the same. This is the view of the Abhihitanvayavadins, the Bhattas, a function which connects meanings of the words in a sentence. The sense which comes from Tatparya is Tatparyartha, and the whole sentence conveys this meaning. Next, Dhananjaya and Dhanika both follows the path of Abhihitanvayavadina, and they say that Dhvani is not, they don't refer to Dhvani or Vyanjana, and they say that Dhvani is included in Tatparya. We need not to accept Vyanjana as a separate vritti. According to Dhanika in his Avaloka Tika commentary, Tatparya itself is competent to cover the case of Vyanjana, as there is no limit to the scope of Tatparya. Yavat karya prasaritatvat, and nobody can make strict rule that Tatparya can be operative only to such and such an extent. एतावत् एव विश्रान्ति तात्पर्यस्येति किं कृतं यावत् कार्यप्रसारितत्वात् तात्पर्यं न तुलाधृतम्. Next, Bhojaraja also. Bhojaraja is something different, a unique view regarding Tatparya, because he accepts both Dhvani and Tatparya. Thus, he tried to bridges the gap between Anandavardhana and Dhananjaya and Dhanika. Because Dhanika, they included in Dhvani is included in Tatparya according to Dhanika, but Bhojaraja accept both. And he says that he mentions three types of Tatparya as Vachya, Pratyamana and Dhvanirupa. He accepts Tatparya as equivalent to intended meaning or suggestion. But one point here to be noted here, these discussions are found in his Sringara Prakasha 7th and 8th Prakasha. One point here is to be noted that according to Bhojaraja, Tatparya has nothing to do with conveying the syntactic relation of the word meanings. This view is something different, like Mamata Vishwanatha or Abhinavagupta has produced. He says there is no function of like syntactic relation of this Tatparya. It is just like the intended meaning or suggestion. Now, the last concluding point remarks. Now, in this presentation or in this our discussion, we have seen that though Tatparya Vritti is accepted as associated exclusively with the Bhatta school, in Kavya Prakasa and in different commentaries of Kavya Prakasa, in Sahitya Darpana also, wherever there is like Tatparya Vritti, they accepted it or associated it with the Bhatta Mimamsaka. But it is not true always, because there are also some scholars who opposes this view, because some commentators of Kavya Prakasa, like Govinda Thakura in his Pradipa commentary, and like Sudha Sagara commentary, there we find that this Keshuchit or Pare in Sahitya Darpana is used. This is the view of the Prachina Nayayikas, but not the Bhatta Mimamsakas. Modern scholars, I would like to mention of the Gaurinath Sastri, Professor Gaurinath Sastri, also in his book, The Philosophy of Word and Meaning, he also said that, I want to quote, it is absolutely certain that Mammata has misrepresented the theory of Kumarila, which is called Abhihitanvayavada. Unfortunately, he calls it what is really the Nyaya theory of in the name of Abhihitanvayavada. This error has persisted in all the subsequent writings of the Alankaras. So Gaurinath Sastri also refers that it is not always true, but it is not to be true that Tatparya Vritti should be associated with the Bhatta Mimamsakas. This is why. The reason behind is that in Kumarila Bhatta or his followers, they never accept Tatparya for syntactic relation. For them, the syntactic relation is Lakshana, Lakshartha. As for the Anvita Vidhanavadinas, that is the syntactic relation is the Vachyartha. For the Mimamsakas, Bhatta Mimamsakas, this is Lakshartha. Later and later on, like Khandadeva, Mimamsaka, in his Mimamsa Kostubha, he refers to a vritti, that is Tatparya Vritti. So it is not always acceptable that wherever there is Tatparya Vritti in Alankara, that is the view of the Anvita Abhihitanvayavadinas, that is the Bhatta Mimamsakas. It may be, therefore, there are some present modern scholars like Kekunjuni Raja, Kuppuswami Sastri, they accepted Tatparya Vritti as same as the Samsarga Maryadavada. I didn't discuss about the Samsarga Maryadavada, but it is a theory of Navya Nyaya. So they say that it is identical with both. One point I want to mention that the Mammata and Vishwanatha, though they refer to Tatparya in their works, Kavya Prakasa or Vishwanatha, it does not mean that Mammata and Vishwanatha accept Tatparya as a vritti, because if it is so, then they could have mentioned in their list of the three vrittis they mentioned earlier as Avhidha, Lakshana or Vyanjana, but they did not do that. They refer it to another extra in a extra verse or extra way. So it means that they refer to it, but it does not mean that Mammata and Vishwanatha accept Tatparya vritti. They just put the view of the others. Now, Tatparya is the intention of the speaker, and as like Akanksha, Yogyata, Sannidhi, Tatparya is also like Tatparya is also a Sahakari Karana. It's a factor in verbal, one of the factors in verbal understanding. So, most in Indian intellectual traditions, like most of the philosophers, Alankarists, etc., they mostly deal with Tatparya as that type, as a factor in verbal understanding, but a very few scholars only accept this Tatparya as a vritti. I'm saying in the perspective of Alankara Sastras. This is a vritti. Therefore, in later ages or later writings of Alankara Sastras, we don't find like much important of this Tatparya vritti. Some scholars are still there, like Vidyanatha's the Kumaraswamy commentary of Vidyanatha's Prataparudriya. He accepts Tatparya vritti. Dulyakat Sahitya Mimamsa also, he talks about Tatparya vritti. But it is not so that Tatparya vritti is so popular, and Tatparya is obviously there, but it is of intention of the speaker. So thank you. Comments and suggestions.
As it has been dealt with by the various rhetoricians and Nayayikas throughout the ages, have been very uh, well summarized by your paper, and we have a total view of what Tatparya vritti meant. The problem is that when you say that Tatparya vritti is the what the speaker is willing to say, Tatparya bodha matram, as I have put it down as Vishwanatha Kaviraja has stated that Tatparyartham tadartham cha vakyam tad bodhakam pare. Whatever you want to mean is Tatparya, then it becomes a very vague and inadequate definition of a particular vritti or power to express meaning, because Sanketitartha is accepted as the Vachyatha's cause by Vishwanatha himself. He says Tatra Sanketitarthasya Bodhanad Agrima Vidha. Avidha
Is what makes a clear understanding of Samsara. And to discriminate between these two things, Abhidha and Tatparya, the Nayayikas and the Bhattas, they bring in the syntactic theory that this is the relationship of the several words that connect the words in a sentence to produce a certain meaning. And it has been brilliantly explained by you. It's diachronically, I should say, with the later rhetoricians of the modern days. And with this, I hand over the mic to the convener to proceed for the next speaker.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank, thank you very much,
Thank
Dr. Debolina Saikia Madam and Mr. Poritos Das. Uh, Now, the third and the last presentation of this conference, and that will be presented by Dr. Somir Adhikari. He is the assistant professor in the Department of Philosophy of Noni Bhattacharya Smarak Mahavidyalaya, Alipur Duar, West Bengal, and the topic of his today's deliberation is word and its meaning according to John Hosper's an overview. Now, Dr. Somir Adhikari.
May I audible and visible? Okay.
Yes, yes.
At first,
Go ahead.
okay. At first, I want to give my thanks, sincere thanks and gratitude to the Department of Sanskrit, Kosbihar Panchanara University, especially Professor Soumojit Sen, Professor Dr. Abhijit Mandal, Professor Dr. Haridas Sarkar, and also my sincere thanks to respected Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Sir, Faculty of Arts, Dr. Harimadhav Adhikari, and also I given my thanks and gratitudes all the resource persons who delivered their lectures, shared their views, and enriched us too much. I also given my thanks respected chairperson madam of this session, my fellow paper presenters, uh, two resource persons, and all the participants. The title of my paper is What and Its Meaning According to John Hospers, an overview. John Hospers actually an analytic philosopher. He's an American philosopher. From his book, An Introduction to Philosophical Analysis, I want to present my paper. We usually say that I can't understand your language. Sometimes we can say many things in language, but can't understand anything by intellect. Moreover, sometimes we hear he tells many things without uttering a single word. আমরা বাংলায় অনেক সময় বলে থাকি অনেক কথা বলে যাও যে বলে কোনো কথা না বলি। he we can't express knowledge without word. Many philosophers, semanticists, grammarians from the east and west have been discussing about the word and its related meaning. In my present, I am focusing Hosper's view about word and its meaning. Among human beings, language is the principal instrument of communication. Any language is composed of words which are combined to form sentences. A word is a smallest unit of meaning. The word cat within quote has a meaning, but the letter of which it is composed within quote C, within quote A, and within quote T do not. The letters are only the building blocks of words, and they have no meanings by themselves, except in rare cases in which a word is composed of a single letter. It is also true that some words are compound words whose components are other words. Swiss man is a composed of Swiss and man, but even in these cases, the word is the unit of meaning, not the part of the word. You cannot infer what the meaning of the compound word is from the meaning of the component words. A Swissman, for example, is not a man who is a Swiss. Is a word merely a noise when it is spoken, or a set of marks on paper when it is written? A word in these things, but not only these things. A word is a spoken noise or set of written marks with a meaning. A meaning can also occur in sign language, which is neither spoken nor written, but only a gesture or bodily movement. But a word in in a sign language is still a gesture with a meaning. All words that have meanings. It is right, but we cannot say that all things that have meanings are words. Gestures have meanings, but they are not words. Mathematical signs, plus, minus, is equal to, multiplication, divisions have meaning, but they are not treated as a word. Overcast sky has a meaning, but overcast sky is not a word. We see the bells at schools, churches, temples, rail stations, and many other places, but all have different meanings, though they are not a word. Grousing, howling, laughing, crying has a meaning, but they are not word. So, what is a meaningful sign? But all meaningful sign are not word. Now we discuss what sign is. One thing suppose A is a sign of another thing B if A stands for B in some way or other. In this sense, smoke is the sign of fire, dark nimbus cloud is the sign of storms and rains, red light on road is the sign of stop vehicle, and green light is the sign of to go the vehicle. Sign is two types. One is natural sign and another is conventional sign. In natural sign, there is a causal relation or resemblance relation, or both relations are there between the sign and the things which is the sign assigned. Smoke and fire, dark clouds and heavy rains, etc. are natural signs because there are present causality or causal relations. Such like the map of a country, the map of a country, the picture of man, the model of a palace, that place are natural sign because they have the resemblance relation. In case of natural relation, the relation between sign and the things which is sign assigned is not a convention, but conventional signs is artificial. Relation between sign and the things which is sign assigned is a convention. Mathematical signs, plus, minus, division, multiplication are conventional. What is also a conventional sign? There are no causal relation or resemblance relation between the word and its related thing. There is no causal relation or resemblance relations between the word man and the person man. But is not the fact that people use words also a fact of nature? Indeed, it is. If the word nature is used in its wider sense to mean everything that exists in space and time, human beings have given words their meanings, or more precisely, human beings have taken certain noises and give them meanings. People speaking different languages may utter different noises with the same meaning, such as the word cat in English, chat in French, and catchy in German. You and I have not established meanings for the noises. We have learned meanings that have developed sometimes over centuries, or meanings that are intended by other people today when we use the noise. We learn the convention, the custom or practice of using this noise. When we learn the meaning of dark clouds, however, we are learning facts of nature that would exist if there were no human conventions. Bells, on the other hand, are conventional signs because human beings themselves have determined and established what they are to mean. What is a conventional sign? That does not mean we have been inventing the words regularly. Actually, we are not invented any word on a particular day or particular time by discussing or by other process by a group of people. We are born in a particular word world and follow the customs of this kind of word. In whatever way started, the fact is that a language is a system of words, a system of conventional signs whose meanings we have to learn if we are to know the language, and whose ingredients words would be noises without meaning if sometime somewhere they had not acquired these meanings for their human users. Now the question may be arising: what is the relation of words to things? From this question, we can see two different views. One group of people believe that there was some natural connection between words and what the words stand for, but they do not believe that the relation of words to things is native, or what is also a natural like things. Relation between word and its meaning is natural. This means somehow the word influence to its things. Primitive people did believe that the utterance of certain words would have efforts on the thing mean by the word. For example, uttering the word Durga would evoke the worth of Durga, and more particularly, there was a natural connection between the word and the thing it stand for, so that the word would not rightly be used to stand for anything else. The supporters of neo theory are believe that there is no such natural connection exists. Words are arbitrary sign. Arbitrary because another noise could have been used just as well, which become conventional signs once they were adopted by other users of the language. The meanings that words have were originally not discovered but assigned. The relation of words to things is not causal, but not dissemblance. Even the word did not influence the things or meaning somehow. There is no causal relation between the word cat within quotation cat to cat. No resemblance relation between within quotation cat to cat, and the word cat does not influence the cat. To assign a name of a special type of animal, firstly some people invent the word within quotation cat, and then this word becomes a convention. When some actions, conducts, behaviors of a man are accepted by society, then these words will become a convention. If men sometimes and somewhere had not acquired the word meanings, then what would be noises without meaning? The relation of a word to its meaning is in some like that a level that of a level to a bottle. The level tells wha- the label tells you what is in the bottle, but it has no natural relation either of causality or resemblance to the contents of the bottle. Different labels are written in different languages, but are equally understood by those who have learned what what the writing on the label means. The label is only an indicator of what is in the bottle and has no importance in itself. It is simply a set of written marks which bear no intrinsic relation to the contents of the bottle. The relation of the label to the contents of the bottle is different from the relation of the aroma coming from the bottle to the contents. If the bottle contains ammonia, the pungent smell is a natural sign of what it is in the bottle, but the word ammonia is not a natural sign, but a conventional one. So we can say that the relation of word to its things is not necessary. It is In different languages, different words may be assigned to a same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Adhikari, for your good paper on word and its meaning according to John Hosford's overview. You have used the Sanskrit mainly because the other issues are mostly from the Sanskrit. Have introduced to us the view of the famous philosopher John Hosford regarding the word meaning, word and meaning relationship. However, I thank you for your paper, and if there is any question, I don't know whether there is any question, the organizer can report whether there is any question for the speakers waiting in the chat box.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Shomir Odhikari. There are some questions to our main speakers, Vipra Chakraborty and Tuhin Bhattacharjee. The questions are mainly from Shantanu Sarkar, I guess. Yes. Thank you, Abhijit sir. Diproda, if you want to share your views on this question, please unmute. Please unmute.
Yeah, I've just answered the question in the chat box. That no, he sent the question in 3 parts, I think.
Yes,
Um,
because
so
there is a
he,
problem to write down the whole questions. There is word
yeah,
limit.
it's a
Yeah.
problem there. Um, no, so what I think is that just the ancient Sanskrit poetics, Natya Shastra is more focused on rasa. But I don't think the others were just commentators. They developed their own texts, own treatises, and they moved on beyond rasa to guna, to riti, to dhvani, and all. Uh, and he was asking that. Uh, why is it too much about etymology and epistemology? But I don't think it's just etymology and epistemology. It depends, like, from which perspective you look at it. Like when we are talking about shabda vritti, if we look at from the listener's perspective, then you talk about epistemology. But when we take it as the poet's perspective, then it is basically poet's intention, right? Like what kind of suggestions, what kind of dhvani he wants to put in his poetry. And he was also asking if there are conflicts between philosophers, grammarians on one side, and poets on the other hand. So I don't think there is any conflict, because these people, a same person can be poet, can be philosopher, can be grammarian. For example, Jayanta Bhatta, who wrote Agamadambara play, he wrote a text on philosophy, beautiful and beautifully written, Nyaya Manjari, and he also wrote text on grammar, which we don't have today. So they have interactions. They are always talking with each other, but there is no conflict. What I think, it's just a development of thoughts that we have. That's what I think. Maybe Mo Madam can add something.
I think your voice is muted. No, ma'am, your voice is muted. Your voice is muted. We couldn't hear you.
Yes,
Yes.
I have to comment anything because I don't get the question properly, and I'm a bit hesitant about what the audience, the question maker has. He's asking his question to what point is he want to know is not clear to me. But I think what Deepa has said is quite elaborative, and for rasa, actually rasa and the Shabda Shakti, they do have relation with each other, of course, but the same relation is also there, as he said, with other treatises like Riti and Guna and Vakrokti or Vani. And so there is no point to discuss in this theme what exactly rasa should do with the theme of this Shabdartha Vritti. Because Shabdartha Vritti, you have its application everywhere in each of the treatises of the rhetoricians, as I assume. So it's not very easy for me to answer his question.
I can just say something about the Greek tradition, ancient Greek tradition. So we have a lot of philosophical writings on poetry. In fact, Plato's own dialogues sometimes, I mean, one of his dialogues called The Ion is entirely devoted to what poetry is. And even in the Republic and in other places in the Phaedrus, we find, his deliberations on the nature of poetry. But one thing that I think does exist in the ancient Greek tradition, unlike, as Diproda and Momam said, the Sanskrit tradition, is that, in fact, Plato himself in the Republic mentions that there is an ancient war between philosophy and poetry. Philosophers have a certain stand towards poetry, and which is not that positive. And in the Republic itself, we see Plato saying that, so in the Republic, he's imagining an ideal state, kind of utopian state. And for him, in that ideal state, there should be no poets. Poets should be banished. They should be like basically thrown out of the Republic. But what's curious, and I think this is something I mentioned earlier, is that Plato's own writings is pervaded by, he's not exactly writing poetry, but his images are so poetic. He's constantly using very complex and sophisticated metaphors, figures of speech, myths, dreams. So it's really, and there is something called Socratic irony, the idea that you cannot really take Socrates' words for granted at their face value. So when he dismisses poetry, and there have been readings which have shown that it's too simplistic to just say that Plato is banishing the poets. This is something that definitely needs to be qualified. But at the same time, it's true that I can't really think of philosophers who also wrote poetry. I mean, Plato, Aristotle, they did not write poetry as such. And when we think of the ancient poets or dramatists, for example, they did not really write philosophical texts. I think before Plato, however, when we talk about the pre-Socratics, before Socrates, there this division is kind of more flexible, because many of them were writing their philosophy in poetry, through poetry. So there, I think it's with Plato that this division kind of becomes more solid, perhaps, in a way. This division between two genres. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a question for Devolina Di. Dr. Debolina Saikia from Gita Age. Can you say Tatparya is intended the poet only?
No. Yeah, I think the question is, can you say Tatparya is intended by the poet only? If I am getting this meaning is, then I say no. Tatparya is everywhere in our day-to-day conversation, in our ordinary communication, as well as in aesthetic communication. Also, Tatparya is there. Tatparya is like intention of the speaker. So intention of the speaker is always present in ordinary communication as well as aesthetic communication. Aesthetic communication means a communication between a poet and a connoisseur, that is the Sahridaya. In both field, the intention or the intention is there. Obviously, in poetry, it is there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Debolina Madam. Uh, there is a question from Safin Pramanik, who couldn't present his paper yesterday. Uh, I would like to know from the Sanskrit scholars how it is described the relationship between a word and its denoting object. As per John Hofsper's, there is no natural relation but conventional. Diprada, would you like to comment on this? Sanskrit scholars.
From the
What's the answer from Sanskrit
grammarian
scholars?
I think from the grammarian's point of view, they talk about eternal relationship between words and meaning. I don't really know about the other philosophers' stand. Maybe Devalundi can explain about Mimamsa
No.
or other discipline.
I want to
Panyana.
pass this question to Mo, madam, please.
Me, but I have not spoken so far. I just gave some of my observations on the papers so far read. Mm. And I think the last speaker of our presentation session, he dealt with this topic, John Hosper's overview on the word and meaning relationship. And there, I hope he is present here, and I'd like to request organizer to put his mic on, unmute his microphone. Let's see if he has answer for this question. I think it is addressed to him, his question.
Samir sir, we couldn't hear you. Samir sir, please unmute. Please unmute.
Okay. Now I am audible. My belief is that, according to Hotspurs accept the relation between the word and its meaning or objects is conventional, not natural.
Thank you. Abhijit sir, if you could show the questions of Runa Depnath Sarkar. Yes. Poetry is a form of conveying one's philosophical thoughts. I may be wrong, but it's my view. Okay, this it's not a question. Uh, It's an explanation of the previous answer of that previous question, maybe. Okay, right.
Here
So now, yes,
the Professor Runa Dev
Yes, there is
Allow
a
me
question.
with a follow-up question.
there are a lot of Vedic poetry in the tradition, and it is even not finished today. It is going on and on, the mystic poetry. That is, mystic poetry is all about philosophy and nothing else, but they are poetry as well. So it is not to be concluded that Plato and Aristotle didn't write poetry, therefore poetry has nothing to do with philosophy. It's not like that. Maybe the classical Sanskrit poetry dealt much with descriptions of nature and other things, but the hidden philosophical thought was always there to make poetry surpass its own time and space limits. To make it universal. That's to say.
Uh, um, Hello, Somoyit Sen. I want to say something here.
please.
Um, I don't know how can I explain the answer of Safin in English. May I speak in Bengali?
I think we all understand Bali, apart from the audiences from other countries who do not know Bengali.
No, this answers only for Safin. Yes, madam.
Yeah. Please carry on.
আমার মনে হচ্ছে সাফিনের অ্যান্সারটা এরকম হবে যে একটা ওয়ার্ডের সাথে একটা অর্থের কেমন করে সম্বন্ধ আছে সেটা দুটো ধরনের হতে পারে। একটা হচ্ছে ঈশ্বরের ইচ্ছা বলা হয়। এখানে দার্শনিকরা এটা মনে করে ঈশ্বরেচ্ছা। মানে এখানে শক্তি গ্রহের একটা ব্যাপার আছে। শক্তি গ্রহগুলো এখানে ৮টা উপায় বলা হয়েছে। শক্তি গ্রহের আমরা জানি এখানে ভাষা পরিচ্ছেদে বলা আছে এবং সেখানে যেমন ধরুন এরকম হয় যে আমাদের বাবা আমাদেরকে বলছে যে এটা হচ্ছে কোনো একটা পাখিকে দেখিয়ে বলছে এটা হচ্ছে কাক, এটা হচ্ছে বায়স। আমরা তখন জেনে গেলাম যে এইরকম দেখতে একটা পাখিকে বলা হয় কাক বা বায়স বলা হচ্ছে। আমার তখন থেকে এই জ্ঞানটা হয়ে যাচ্ছে। তো এইভাবে ও পরের কোশ্চেন এরকম করেছে, বলেছে যে ছোট থেকে আমরা কোনো কাউকে মাছ বলে জানলাম যে বা কাউকে আমরা ক্যাট বলে দেখছি বা ফিশ বলে দেখছি, যে আমরা একবার জেনে যাচ্ছি এই যে শক্তি গ্রহ আমাদের জ্ঞানটা হয়ে যাচ্ছে, এর বড় কারণ হচ্ছে বৃদ্ধ ব্যবহার। মানে আমাদেরকে একজন এরকম একটা উদাহরণ দেওয়া আছে শাস্ত্রতে যে কোন একজন বৃদ্ধ বা কোন একজন বয়স্ক ব্যক্তি তিনি একজন কাউকে বললেন যাও তো ঘটম আনায়া, মানে ঘরটি নিয়ে আসো। তো পাশে একটি বাচ্চা ছেলে আছে, সে দেখলো যে যে ব্যক্তিকে কাজটি করতে বলা হলো সেই ব্যক্তি একটা পদার্থ বা বস্তু নিয়ে এলো। সেই বস্তুটা কে ঘট বলা হচ্ছে সে দেখে বুঝলো, এটাকে বলা হয় বৃদ্ধ ব্যবহার। সেই বৃদ্ধ ব্যবহারটা থেকে সে জানতে পারলো এই শব্দটার এই অর্থে শক্তি আছে, এটা হচ্ছে শক্তি গ্রহ বলা হচ্ছে। এবং এখানে এই ঘটটাকে কেন ঘট বলা হয় সেখানে দুটো কারণ আছে। একটা হচ্ছে ঈশ্বরেচ্ছা এবং সেখানে আধুনিক সংকেত বলা হয় একটা, আর একটা ঈশ্বরেচ্ছা বলা হয়। এই দুটো কারণ আমার মনে হয় সাফিন জানতে চাইছে, আমার মনে হলো এটা। জানি না সাফিন এটা স্যাটিসফাই হলো কিনা। তো দুটো কারণ আছে, একটা ঈশ্বরেচ্ছা আর একটা হচ্ছে আধুনিক সংকেত, মানে যেটাকে যে নামে আমরা পরিচিত হয়েছি বা প্রাচীন কালে যেটা যে নামে পরিচিত হয়ে গেছে। যেমন আজকে আমরা যদি বলি এটার নাম কেন মোবাইল হলো, মোবাইল কেন এটাকে বলা হয়, তো মোবাইল বলা হচ্ছে কারণ এটা মোবাইল নামে পরিচিত হয়েছে। এবং এখানে বলা হয় ঈশ্বরের ইচ্ছা ছিল, ঈশ্বরের ইচ্ছা আছে, এরকম একটা উদাহরণ অ্যান্সার এখানে আছে, হয় হতে পারে এটা। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you. Mo madam, can you please shortly say Abhijit's views in English? For there are some participants who do not understand. One of them, Geeta, she is commenting that Abhijit sir,
I
it's
can
too much.
explain.
We
I can
cannot
explain
understand.
in Sanskrit, but Safin may not understand Sanskrit.
Okay, madam, if you can say in 2 or 3 lines what is Shakti Graha and all.
He he just meant to say that there is a special power in every word, and by which it means a certain thing. It signifies some particular object, and it is described, hailed in the ancient treatise as Shakti, and that is the power, Shakti Graha. And one of the conventions, one of the Shaktis is that how one word conveys a particular meaning, how we know that that this ghata, this pot is a pot. How does this word correspond to that object I mean to? There, one big factor is the Vriddha Vyavahara, the practice of the wise or learned or elderly people, that they denote something to a new learner with some term, with a name. And by listening to that name, the learner sees that the old person is asking someone, say, Ghatam Anaya, and the person brings an object. And that object, by inference, the learner understands is the meaning that is meant by the word Ghatam. Because he knows the meaning of Anaya, that brings, but he doesn't know what is Ghata. So that the relationship between the word and its meant object, signified object, is established to him to the by the Vriddha Vyavahara or the convention. He says that convention is the main cause, and it is Ishwaricha, the will of God, that certain things got certain names, certain objects are meant, are to mean some certain object. I think I have summed up what he has said.
Thank you, madam. Sorry, we couldn't take any more questions because we have another session, that is valedictory session. It is very important for all of us to listen to our special guest of the first session, that is inaugural session. And now here our paper presentation session ends. And we again thank them all and congratulate them on behalf of our department. Now it's time for the valedictory session, and the valedictory speech will be delivered by Professor Dr. Maudas Gupta, madam, a senior professor of the Department of Sanskrit of the University of Calcutta. Though she doesn't need any introduction, still I will attempt to do so very shortly, as I have already introduced her on the first day in the inaugural session of this conference, where she was delivered her short address as the special guest. Very shortly. Is anyone's mic is on, or please mute? Okay. Professor Dr. Maudas Gupta was endowed with the very prestigious Ishan Scholarship of Calcutta University in 1989 for standing first among the BA honors graduates, including mathematics. She was also awarded the University Gold Medal for standing first in the master's examinations of the same university in Sanskrit in 1991. She is also a recipient of the Sahitya Academy Translation Award for Bengali in 2015 for the Bengali translation of Hajari Prasad Dwivedi's Hindi novel Anand Das Ka Potha. The Bengali translation of the book is titled as Anand Daser Puthi. She has authored many books of national and international repute, but among those, one is surely mentionable, that is Women's Seeds of the Rig Veda, published from DK Print World in 2017. Recently, she has been invited as the Shivadasani Visiting Fellow to the University of Oxford by the Oxford Center for Hindu Studies for a whole term to teach there. She has delivered a series of lectures there during her stay in Oxford on the philosophy and worldview of the women of the Rig Veda. So now I would like to request Professor Dasgupta or our very own Mo Madam to deliver her valedictory address with a special reference to the Vedas. Thank you, Madam. Over to you.
Thank you, and I'm overwhelmed with
the presentation of the organizers and the whole webinar. The international webinar continued for 5 days, and every day the duration of it was at least 4 hours or more. So it's indeed an achievement, a great achievement for the organizers to have gathered so many people, to reach so many people with such an intricate subject to deal with, which belongs to the philosophers, the grammarians, the Vedantis, the poeticians, and as well as the Vedicists. So this is a broad topic. The philosophers are here, and I thank the organizers mainly, chiefly, because they have made this seminar a holistic one, into a holistic one, because it not only focuses on the Sanskrit traditional treatment of the relation between word and meaning, the power of word and meaning, but it also encompassed the modern philosophical views and modern literary views, theories regarding this relationship, that is called Shabdavritti, function of words. However, I have been very much fortunate to attend the first session where the keynote, the first speaker was Professor, the legendary Professor, Professor Ian Huben, who uh, mm, who just narrated what is going to be the theme of the whole webinar for 5 days. And there I can remember, first of all, he divided speech and words into two very comprehensive and vital functions. Having two very comprehensive vital functions, the speech and words. And these two functions are, first, the expression of reality, and the second is the expression of what you have in mind, what you know, think, perceive, and feel. And it is by words we express our thoughts or feelings and communicate with other people. So words are the basic units of the communication for language, a language which consists of words. A language can be made of signs as well, as you know, when those people who are who are challenged vocabulary, they just use sign languages. They used to enact what they want to say, and there are no words, yet they understand what they want to say to each other. They also use the signs, but those signs are not expressed through words. But the theme of our present conference was the words, mainly the words and the relation of the words with its meaning. Now, as Professor Huben has pointed out, that there are two extreme points between the whole treatment of the relation between the word and its intended meaning. The first begins with the materialism, the materialistic point of view, that a word certainly means an obvious object. It signifies something definite. What that was the basic thing of the structuralism expounded by Saussure in 1916. And that is what the materialist philosophers used to think, that a word just it finishes after expressing its meaning. But when you come to the philosophical aspects, as well as the poetical aspects, as well as the real nature of words to communicate your inner feelings to someone who is before you or who isn't, then it obviously transgresses its materialistic approach, and uh, to its height it ascends to the consciousness, the mere consciousness, the supreme consciousness, and that is the word, Shabda Brahma. And that is the view of the Vedantists as well as those of the Buddhists who are Vijnanavadins, though they have many disputes regarding many points, philosophical treatises among themselves. But the highest goal, highest meaning of word race is the supreme consciousness, is what they say. And between these two extreme points, that one is materialistic, extremely materialistic, and the other is extremely spiritualistic, there stand the rhetoricians, the grammarians, the Nayayikas, and Mimamsakas. And they, if you take the Vaisheshika as the second starting point, then you come up to the Nayayikas and the Mimamsakas as well, because they think that the grammarian, the word not only denotes a specific meaning, it even may indicate something other than its usual meaning. And on the basis of this notion stands the whole system of interpretation of the Vedas, for its poetry section as well, and as well as for the ritualistic or liturgical section. And as in the first day I uh, mentioned earlier, that it is the Vedas on which the entire ancient Indian philosophical treatises uh, mm, depend. They just they take Vedas at the authority or non-authority to to proceed with their own discourse and own theories. And there are, six philosophical uh, traits, like the Mimamsa, Purva, and Uttara, the Naiyayikas, the Vaisheshikas, the Sankhya, Yoga, and these are the six Vedic, these philosophy, they take Vedas as their authority, and they try to explain whatever they want to say on the authority of Veda. And how far the actual meaning may differ from their each other doctrine on the basis of the same word, same verse coming from the Vedas. There the point lies. If the word was to mean a certain thing, then how these differences of interpretation arise? It is not possible. If you mean one thing by one word, it will always mean that particular thing, and there will be nothing to debate about, to debate on. But there are debates, there are many things, many aspects that have been debated on the basis of the words of the Vedas and its interpretation or meaning. Coming to this, I must sum up that whatever has been discussed in this conference, it didn't focus on the Vedas solely, of course, it didn't, but it covered almost all the doctrines which dealt, which to, to whom the relationship of word and meaning matters. And those doctrines can belong to the grammarians, can belong to the poeticians or rhetoricians, can belong to the other philosophers like Nayayikas, Vaisheshikas, etc. So you see, the doctrines may differ, but the question, the basic question is the same. That is the relation between a word and its intended meaning. And here lies the success of this particular conference, because it tries uh, to comprehend the relation of word and meaning from different aspects, from different points of view of different doctrines. There, I think it has been fully successful to at least inform its listeners that what the different doctrines think, what are the basic tenets of those doctrines regarding the relationship of word and meaning. As it is very frequently said that the most ancient Indian concept of the relationship of word and meaning was that they were ethereal, they were eternal, and that is also propounded by Patanjali in his Mahabhashya, where he says, Siddhe Shabdartha Sambandhe. Shabda, the relationship between Shabda and its meaning, Shabda is word and Artha is its meaning, is Siddha, that is, it's already there. You don't have to prove it, you don't have to arrive at, it's already there, it is fixed. And how is it fixed? The controversies you have heard during these days, the 5 day long conference, that the point is that some say it is the will of the god that a word, a certain word, would mean a certain object. And some say no, it's the convention that people uh, use this sign to mean, to signify the particular a particular object. And coming to this signifier and signified relationship, we come to the theory of structuralism, as Saussure has expanded. And he was greatly influenced by Panini, as we all know. And what Saussure said had astounding resemblance with the Sphota theory of the grammarians, the Paninian grammarians. He says that the Sphota says, as the moon, when reflected in many vessels, the water of kept in many vessels appear many, but basically it is the same. The structuralists also say that this is the only the sound which is common in every word where you use it. It is indispensable, and if you can spare with that sound, the meaning of that particular word would change. Like you say uh, color, and here if the letter, the uh, varna ka is replaced by another letter, say suppose uh, bha, bhala, then it will give some other meaning. Then these letters are the minimal parts of a word that may change or certain its meaning, that may define or change its meaning. So these letters are of primary importance, thought the Spotavadis, and therefore the concept of Varna Spota comes, and from there developed the theories of Shabda Spota, Vakya Spota, and others. And I should not repeat it altogether because we have been listening to all these things for so long. I would rather focus on the Vedas as the source of these all these doctrines which we have been listening for these 5 days. As the source, the Vedas are held. I first on the first day I say that it's like the constitution of the ancient Indian, and it has been interpreted in various ways through ages to establish not only the liturgical or religious practices, but also to determine the social, the political, the jurisdictional aspects. And nothing which goes against the Vedas could be accepted as authority. Anything new propounded by any doctrine, a doctrinal scholar, should have its support based on the Vedas. It was the rule of the day. And when Buddha and Mahavira came protesting against the Vedas, they just ignored, they just denied the authority of the Vedas. They said that the Veda is nothing. There is no authority of the Vedas. Why should we go by it? Why should we take it as the will of the God to mean this and this? And therefore, you are performing these cruel things towards animal kingdom, towards your nature, and towards others. Saying that it has been injuncted, it is the injunction of the Vedas, it is the Vedas who tells us to do so. And there the conflict begins. Even not going as far as the time of the Buddha or the Mahavira. At the time of the Vedas itself, in its very archaic portion, we also find there were people who asked about, who questioned the authority of the Vedas. Therefore, the Charvaka or the Lokayata, the ordinary people who, uh, sorry, I think it's okay now. The ordinary people, they very easily were attracted to these doctrines that these Vedas are nothing. Whatever they command, do not pay regard to them, do not pay heed, and whatever sacrifices are prescribed in the Vedas are not necessary to perform to fill the pockets of the Brahmanas, being their Ritvits, and you are just being fooled by them. You are being fooled by them. And this was what the Charvaks thought. And they were not very they are not of very later origin than the Vedas proper. There were questions that who is Indra? Who says, who is Indra? I don't know any Indra. What is Veda? I don't know there is any thing like Veda because it has neither any definition nor any authority. You have no proof to prove its authority. There were questions like that. So the uh, need to explain the connection between the word and the meaning, which is the main constitution of the Vedas, because Vedas are expressed in words. Words are its units. Therefore, the words needed to be explained. The meaning they were explained in should have connection in any way with the word they used to express. And there lies the problem. We have two parts, the two main parts of the Vedic literature, the Veda proper, and it is divided into the mantra or Sanghita section and the Brahmana section. The Brahmana section, the first part of the Brahmana section deals mainly with the religious practice, the sacrifices prescribed in the Vedas, the liturgical details. These are the main topic that has been discussed in the Brahmanas, and its later parts consist of the Aranyaka and Upanishads, which do not take the material sacrifice as their main objects, but they are uh, they are in quest of our knowledge, the philosophy behind these sacrifices, because in the time of the Vedas, the practice of the Vedic religion, it was understood by the intellectuals of the time that these practices do symbolize something. These are not only something to be done to achieve some result, but these have some inner implications. And that inner implication is a secret knowledge that is kept in a cryptic language hidden in the Vedas itself. So here the school of interpretations arose. They came up. They tried to interpret the Vedas from various angles. those who thought that sacrifice is the main object the Vedas want to teach, they tried to interpret each and every word of the Vedas in its sacrificial context. But there were uh, other groups as well who didn't take sacrifice, be it material or anything else, is not to be the ultimate goal what the Vedas have to teach. They they went for some other meaning. They said that no, these words, as you say, that this is the volition of the god, that this word should mean this thing. But we have Nairuktas, the etymologists, the ancient Indian etymologists, who say that every word is a production of the sense, the meaning it wants to say. And to mean something is a basic objective of building a word. A word is built on the theme of what it would mean. And this is the essential difference between the Nairuktas and the Vaiyakaranas. The Vaiyakarana, the grammarians, think that it is necessary to determine the perfect formation of a word. Yes, meaning is there, but it is secondary. The primary thing is to retain the word perfect, pure, as it has been told in the Vedas. There should be no discrimination from the original text to the later progeny, where it is handed over from progeny to progeny by the teachers. And so to protect the Vedas, Raksha, to protect the Vedas, it should be dealt with grammatical purity. And that is why meaning is a secondary factor there. Rather, the construction of a word should be more perfect than to relate its meaning to a particular object. And this grammarians, the grammar is also a part of the Veda. It's called an organ of the Veda, Vedanga. One of the 6 organs of the Veda is Vedanga, is Vyakarana, and it is accepted as a mouth of the Vedas, because through mouth the Vedas are spoken. And we should not forget that it was basically an oral literature handed over to generation after generation through oral tradition. And to keep it intact without any recording process, either by either written or any way, by any other way, it was only the words we could keep it intact. So it was a duty of the grammar, the subject, the doctrine of grammar, that to protect the Vedas, it tried hard to protect its each and every word as pure as it have has had been in its earliest form. But it deals hardly with its meaning. They just casually say the meaning of a word, the root of the word, but they are not very much concerned with the meaning of a particular word. But the Nairukta school, that is the ancient etymology, Nirukta, Nirvachana, that dealt mainly on the meaning that the words are dealing with. And there they tried to bring out the word, the meaning of the word from the components of the word itself. Even there were so many theories, those who belong to Sanskrit subject, how many schools were there, how many theories were there regarding the origin of one single word, Agni, in the Vedas. For a grammarian, Agni only justifies, only means something that moves. He derives it from the root ag, to go, to move. Anything that moves can be Agni. But for the uh, for the Nirukta Vedanga, it is not anything that moves is Agni. The Agni matters to him, that Agni, the deity Agni, that has been praised so many times in the Vedas, and so many blessings are asked from that deity. To understand his nature, they try to understand the word Agni, building up on fragments of sounds, that the fragments of which mean something or other. Thus they say Agni iti kasmya it Agni agraniriti Agni agranir bhavati Agni kasmat agranir iti bhavati. It takes someone forward. Therefore, it's Agni. Why? Why is it say so? They just comply with the Vedas itself. They say that in the Vedas it is said that when the troop of the gods came down to the earth, it was Agni, the deity, who led them all. He was the foremost of them all. That is why he is called Agrani. But the same word can be used in its passive sense, and it may be so, it may mean so that he who is brought forward is Agrani. In the sacrificial ground, the uh, fire from the western altar, Garhapatya, that fire is taken towards the east. The east is thought as the forepart of, as we just heard Deepra saying that the all the quarters denoted, they were symbols. Purva is something that from where the sun rises, and that is the for that is the quarter one must face, and that is the front quarter. And so who is brought to the front quarter from west to east is Agrani. Like this, there are so many and so many etymologies given by the ancient etymologists to explain what they exactly want to understand by the word Agni used in the Vedas. And if I stick here, I'll it will never end. But I would better like to relate this topic with modern theories of cognition. And as you have included the philosophers as well in this seminar, in this conference, it is already discussed even today that there has been post-structuralism, postmodernism, and also the various ways, modern ways of explaining the word and it word meaning relationship. So, with regard to that, I may start with this instance that may throw some concrete light on this subject, and that is when I should make it brief, and that's why I need to read it out. It will save us time. Um, uh, 1 minute, please. Like, for example, the Agnihotra sacrifice is very much eulogized in the Vedic rituals. The foremost of all sacrifices, Agnihotra. The Agnihotra is a daily offering performed lifelong every evening and morning by a sacrificer who has established holy fire in his household through the Agnyadhana ritual. The first performance begins in the very evening of the day of Agnyadhana and ends in the next morning. This is the basic feature of the sacrifice Agnihotra. Here, altogether, four oblations are offered, two in the evening and two in the morning. And the deities of the Agnihotra respectively, Agni and Prajapati in the evening, and Surya and Prajapati in the morning. The Brahmanas, the liturgical doctrines of the Vedas, they record many a debate regarding the right time of the pair of offerings in Agnihotra. While discussing the Agnihotra sacrifice, they debate on the exact time of giving the oblation to the fire. Like Yajurvedic Samhitas. And why I bring this topic in is to show that the meaning of the word was so cryptic. The word itself was cryptic. It was to keep a secret knowledge, yet it was to be practiced by uh, common people. So, how to deal with both the cases? To keep it secret as well as to let it become popular, that any person can perform Agnihotra or any ritual that is prescribed in the Vedas. This Agnihotra, it symbolizes something that the ordinary people cannot know without the proper secret knowledge of the Vedas. And how you reach the proper secret knowledge is the codification, is the way of the cryptic language of the Vedas. And here we come with the help of the Brahmanas. The Yajurvedic Sanhitas like Kataka and Maitrayani narrate such debates. We have these debates on the exact timings of Agnihotra narrated in the Yajurvedic Samhitas. Both the Rigvedic Brahmanas, namely the Aitareya and Shankhayana, and the Yajurvedic Brahmanas like the Tiriya and Shatapatha, as well as the Badhula Sutra, discuss the matter elaborately. The Jaiminiya Brahmana of Samaveda, too, in course of elaborating the Agnihotra, brings in a discussion. We'll just focus on it to understand what the hidden property, what the hidden knowledge, secret knowledge, uh, to emphasize the enigma of a kind of Vedic uh, practice revealed through the cryptic words. There you get a story. The Jaiminiya Brahmana, in course of elaborating the Agnihotra, brings in in such discussion whether the offerings are to be made after or before dark in the evening, and prior or after sunrise in the morning, is a bone of contention in all these debates. In this regard, the Aitareya Brahmana and the Shankhana Brahmana both belong to the Rig Veda. They refer to a deliberation of a girl possessed by a Gandharva. She is called as Kumari Gandharva Grihita. That is, in Bengali, is a Bhute Pawame. Gandharva Grihita is someone who is possessed by some divine spirit or something. A possessed girl. A girl possessed by a Gandharva. She says that night and day are an ocean with low and high tide, which carries away everything. The two twilights are the fords where one may cross the water. I may quote the original text, but it will only take our time. This is given in Shankhana Brahmana 2.9 and also in Aitareya Brahmana. You'll get it in the portion. If you want, I may give you the reference later. And this thing, without mentioning the Kumari Gandharva Grihita, this Jaiminiya Brahmana narrates almost verbatim with a little addition of comparing night and day with two alternating footprints. What she has said and arrives at this symbolic conclusion that the Agnihotra oblation is food, and where the night and day meet is their facing point. When one offers the Agnihotra at twilights, that is the point of meeting of day and night, at twilights, it is like placing the food before the mouth of night and day. In this way, he escapes from the two deaths in yonder world, which are night and day. Very cryptic, not easily understandable, perceivable by a common reader. There are many things secret to be understood by the poet, the seer himself. He is just telling his fellow uh, men, fellow people, that you do this because it indicates that by performing this, you may escape to deaths. And two deaths are nothing but the day and the night. We die every day, we die every night. And when from the time we are born, we are just going towards the goal, that is the death. And that death is not the ultimate. There is a life after death, and the life after death is always there without another death waiting for you. If you perform this sacrifice, then the death, which is day as well as the night, you can overcome these two. The preceding example shows that symbolism was adopted by the Brahmanas as a mode to expound their esoteric theories on the rituals prescribed. It is to be noted, I want to highlight that symbols, the language is also a kind of symbols. The words are symbols, and Sasur has very frankly called them signifiers. The words are nothing but signifiers. They signify certain signified objects, and these signifiers are symbols as well. The Vedas suggest in various ways that asceticism and sacrifice can give the gods and the sages the extraordinary ability to see the secret and enigmatic realities like sacred texts, rituals, and identities. The ordinary mortals cannot see these. I quote Askoparpola in this matter. However, in this line, Gondha, Jan Khanda, he also observes that in Rig Veda 10, 1, 29, 4, that is the Nasadiya, the famous Nasadiya hymn, there it is said, the heart is spoken as a place where the sages discovered the secret connection, the bandhu. The queer symbols used in the Vedas are often crafted to signify the enigma, to establish the secret connection in macrocosmic or adhidaivam, as well as microcosmic or adhyatmam life, and their ritualistic, that is adhiyajna, equivalents. So it is something, the use of symbols, that make a language understandable for both the users and the speakers. The speakers, they are intending something, some secret knowledge they are hiding in their speech. The ordinary people is to just follow the speech. They are not to look at the hidden secret, hidden knowledge. But for a person who wants to gain more than worldly gains, he must know what is exactly the secret knowledge hidden in those symbolical language. In modern study of symbols, that is semiotics, it is called the semiotics. A symbol is called a sign without either similarity or contiguity, but only with a convention, a link between its signifier, in this case a word, and its denotator, an object referred to by the signifier or word in the present context, and with an intentional class for its designatum. Here, the object referred to by the signifying word. Designatum is the object to be referred by the signifying word. It is, I quote this from Sebeok. The abundance of symbolic manifestation, I unquote, the abundance, no, I quote, the abundance of symbolic manifestation in the Vedas contains parpola, is connected with the central position occupied by the idea of integrity and wholeness in the Vedic thought. I unquote. The magic identifications are the central object of the pre-scientific science which Oldenburg has spoken about, of the Vedic rituals. The symbolic sacrifices like pranagnihotra sometimes replace the actual sacrifice. Here the agnihotra on the basis of identification. Here comes the point, when you say agnihotra, then you must understand a specific object or action to be performed by that word. But it may also mean something else. It also may mean pranagnihotra, that is different from the material agnihotra sacrifice. And so here comes, sometimes it replaces the actual sacrifice, the sacrifice which is done with the fire, the oblation, and the milk and curd and whatever else materials are there needed. The symbolic sacrifice, the pranagrihotra, sometimes replace the actual sacrifice. Here, the agnihotra on the basis of identification, as I have told. The representative nature of symbols as a link between its signifier and its denotator, that is, the thing it wants to signify, changes into total identification in such cases. The signifier becomes the signified. There is no division between the subject and the predicate. They both become one. And when one realizes this to be that, then his offering is successful. When he knows that I offered this milk to this fire as I offer my prana, the breath I have taken in to the heart, the main prana, the life breath of mine, it is complete. It is, then the Agnihotra means nothing but to keep alive. Just keep alive is the meaning of Agnihotra. But ordinary people won't understand that keeping myself alive can be a sacrifice itself. So it needs the cover of many rituals and ritualistic practices to observe him, to remind him in secret, to carry him forward for the future people to know that there is a hidden secret in it, that why Agnihotra is so called. And it says that um, Parpola in here, however, is a bit reluctant to fit the Vedic symbols as they are used exactly into the definition offered by the modern semiotics. Modern semiotics, argues Parpola, criticizing Sebyok, defines symbols as signs which have no denotator in the phenomenal world but in the mind only. Here is the question of what Professor Huben pointed as the second perception of this word, meaning relationship. And there he says, defines symbols as signs which have no denotator in the phenomenal world, but in the mind only. The distinction between extensional and intentional is, however, in semiotics, limited to the denotatum, where the Vedic ritualists have extended it even to the form of the sign. So it comes to a particular form of the sign, an actual presence of something material, an objective thing that you can feel, you can do, you can perform. But it originally is not so. In the journey from the actual Agnihotra, that is performed with curd and milk and with the fire, that is the actual Agnihotra, the Agnihotra in action, to the mental Pranagnihotra, from representation to total identification, similes and metaphors also play important role to symbolize and further identify the offering. The deities, the sacrificer, and the fire, where the subject and predicates become the same, which may be summed up as a sacrificial ritual with the macrocosmic and then the microcosmic life. The ritual in the mesocosm that links and affects the macrocosm of the universe and the gods with the microcosm of humans and their immediate surroundings is what Witzel on this topic says. Parpola observes that sort of comparisons formed with the particle yatha or eva. You know, these particles all denote similarities, often occur in the Brahmanas, which points to the use of similes and metaphors as tools to build the ritual symbols as key to know the secret identity, which, according to the Brahmanas, enables the knower overpower the entities concerned. To overpower the entities concerned, the day and night, they're both deaths waiting for us. To overpower these two entities, we have to perform daily Agnihotra rite. We may, for example, to understand the metaphors used in the above mentioned passage of Gemini Brahmana and their role for the cognition of the hidden truth unattainable by perception or inference alaukika upaya. You cannot understand it, cannot get the knowledge through ordinary perception or inference, that is pratyaksha and anumana pramanas. Estimate the modern theory of metaphor in cognitive linguistics as a device of cognition. Here comes the latest theory, the most modern theory, even it comes after the Chomskyan theory of generalized generation of language. It is the cognitive linguistics theory offered by Lakoff and Johnson. The word metaphor comes from the Greek word metaphora, as we have already heard from Dept, denoting transfer or carrying over. This connotation implies an act of substitution involving the transmission of a word to a new sense by comparing or juxtaposing two apparently not related entities. Classical theories of language regarded metaphor as a stylistic device. It's just an alankara, a figure of speech. George Lakoff's, that is 1980s theory, contemporary metaphor theory, metaphors we live by, he mentioned the book. It offers this book. It redefines the way that the human cognition was viewed so far. Lakoff offered his model as an alternative to Chomskyan generative grammar, and it came to be known as cognitive linguistics. Chomskyan generative grammar used to say that we have a pre-built notion of the language, and we just accumulate the words and keep it to their scheduled places in our mind. When a child learns a language, he has already a pre-built uh, concept of the language, and that's why he can produce unlimited sentence from limited number of words. Various sentences he can create from limited number of words. This creativity, how is it possible, how it comes to be? It is the question of the generative grammar of Chomsky, and he comes to this conclusion that it is an inbuilt inbuilt system in any learner's mind, any human being's mind, that he learns language automatically. He doesn't need to be learned his mother language separately. Whatever language he listens up to his age of 7 or 8, he learns each language equally well, equally. And that was his theory. But Lakoff says, what he says is that it came to be known as cognitive linguistics. It opts for a more general process of cognition of language. On this account, conceptualization is defined as unconscious treatment of mental imagery of our embodied experiences. We use our most basic concepts to deal with our ever changing environment and our relation to it. Paul Ricoeur holds that metaphor reveals the basic operations of the mind in its creative potential. The general idea transpiring of these theories is that metaphors are basic conceptual devices that pave the path towards understanding ourselves and the surrounding world, our verbal instantiations of a universal or abstract concept. We say manas, we cannot see manas, but we say manas. We say yajna, we cannot see the yajna incarnated, but we must mean something in action or in reciprocation that denotes to the word, that is denoted by the word yajna or manas. So our verbal instantiations of a universal or abstract concept represented by an actual example may range from the hackneyed to the highly poetic and even cryptic. Moromia in Bangla we say. Cryptic directly reflect our conceptual structures. As Lakoff and Johnson describes the ontological metaphors in the following way: Understanding our experiences in terms of objects and substances allows us to pick out parts of our experience and treat them as discrete entities or substances of a uniform kind. Once we can identify our experiences as entities or substances, we can refer to them, categorize them, group them, and quantify them, and by this means reason about them. I unquote. If the target domain is rather abstract, what I mean to say is rather abstract. I want to say something which cannot be seen or perceived by our sense organs, then uh, the source domain, that is the target domain, is that I want to mean something that is an abstract idea. And it is not perceivable by direct experience of common people. The source domain is exploited for substitution needed for the cognition. So, how would you relate the thing you need to express, that is abstract in it every sense, to a person through words, mere words? You must use words that are already known to that person, the words that denote certain things, and with that perception, that similarities between this thing with that, he will relate this meaning to that word I want to mean through my metaphoric language. We, in the light of this cognitive linguistics theory, may understand that in the above mentioned passage of Jaiminiya Brahmana, where it is said that night and day are like two dates and they are two oceans, that the target of cognition is hidden truth, present in the apparently known night and day. Hmm? Night and day is apparently known to us. And the source or vehicle metaphor of this cognition is the two impassable oceans. They are compared with two oceans which you cannot pass, anyone cannot pass. That is impassable oceans. Night and day are like two impassable oceans. When you say impassable oceans, you get the idea what it wants to mean, which is nothing but death for him who might try to cross them unaware of their impassibility. If one tries to cross the ocean without knowing how deep it is and he can be drawn fully into it, he will try to uh, will try to pass the ocean, but when he knows that it is impassable, then he must develop some device to enable him to cross it over. And so uh, date the known world is exploited for substitution needed for the cognition of the abstract hidden truth about night and day. So they are compared to the oceans, to impassable oceans. The absolute separateness of night and day, a hidden truth, is also a target of cognition for a ritual performer in this passage, who, not knowing this secret reality, may offer both his oblations of Agnihotra in night or the vice versa, that is, in day. He may perform, he may have given all the four oblations at a time. Why? At those particular points of time, he needs to offer the oblations. So it is being explained to him through these symbols, through these metaphors, that uh, eventually he will fail to get his desired result from the sacrifice. If unknowingly he performs it, then he will be he will fail to attain what he wants to get by performing the sacrifice. Here, the metaphor of two alternating footprints has been used as a source or vehicle for the required cognition. After providing the cognition of these secret realities through metaphors, this passage of Jaiminiya Brahmana unfold the secret knowledge to avoid this peril with another metaphor. That is, there is a ford or connecting crossway, that what you use to cross the impassable ocean in the real life, you develop a device to cross it over. That may be a bridge, that may be a ship, that will help you to cross it over. So there is a ford or connecting crossway, the source domain, as an opportunity to cross these two dates. And that is to offer the pair of oblations of Agnihotra at the twilights, because they say that it is the twilights that is the bridge between these two entire different entities. Day and night are like two impassable oceans, but once you come across a bridge to cross both them, cross over both of them, and that bridge is the twilight. And that bridge comes twice. Two bridges are there. One comes in the evening and other comes in the morning, the dawn. So you get it at the point where night and day face each other, the target domain. And to offer at those two twilights would be like offering food before the mouths of both of them, that are the two deaths. In this way, the sacrificer escapes from those two repeated dyings, which are night and day. Here, the target domain of the hidden secret. Hmm. Sums of JB. This was an example, and I know it might be painful for those who are not inclined to the literature of the Vedas or the inner meaning of the sacrifices. But however, it is the beginning of the word meaning relationship uh, of our literature, on which these doctrines are built up. The doctrines of grammarians, the etymologists, the historians, the mimamsakas, the philosophers, other Naiyayikas, Vaisheshikas, and overall the poeticians, the rhetoricians. So I must sum up. I think I don't have much time left. Would you please tell me how much time I'm left with?
Madam, you have
Sum it up. I must come to an end. Is it? Okay. Then I had.
you have time. You have time. You can take 10 or 15 minutes more. It's absolutely fine. Okay.
But
Yes.
people will just sleep, I think. Okay, to make everyone wake up, I will tell.
That is directly connected with the relationship of word and meaning. The story, when introducing me, myself, uh, Dr. Somajit Sen said that I was awarded the Sahitya Academy Translation Prize for translating Hazari Prasad Bedi's Hindi novel Anam Das Ka Potha into its Bengali form Anam Dasher Puthi. And the theme of that novel is taken from a very short storyline referred to in the Chandogya Upanishad. There is the story of a sage Raikwa and a king Janashruti. Raikwa was, as Janashruti heard, that he knows the ultimate truth. The ultimate knowledge is with Raikwa. So he tries to find out Raikwa, and he just goes to him and offers him many gifts and asks the absolute knowledge to be uh, taught to him, advised to him. But Raikwa, he refused all his gifts, and he just directly just denied to say anything about this absolute truth he knows to the king. The king went to him again with many more gifts, but this time too Raiko refused to say anything. The third time, the king went to him with his daughter and with some gifts as well. And at that time, Raikwa just held up the princess's face in his mouth, in his hands, and said, "Okay, you king, I'll tell you the truth, not because of the gifts you have uh, brought, but for the sake of this beautiful face. I'll tell you the absolute truth, what I know." This is the short hint of a story the Chandogya Upanishad tells, and on this, uh, uh, a novel has been spun around by Dwivedi, and it is something wonderful, a multi-layered novel which has at its base the Upanishadic quest for soul, the absolute truth. At the same side, it does not neglect the human love, the love and the human fellow feelings. It is something wonderful. There, for what I was summing up, I need to say that the novel begins with this portion that Raikwa was bereaved of his parents when he was a mere child. He used to live in the forest and used to practice meditation. He never saw any female being, I should say, any woman in his life. And at reaching his adolescence, once he was driven away by a strong storm to a different place where he fell unconscious for some moments. And when he woke up, he found before him was lying a person who is like him, but was indeed different from him, because the person lying before him had limbs like him, had face like him, everything are similar. That is no any other animal, but even being of the same species, it was something different. With his knowledge, the knowledge of the real life he had, he thought it must be a divine self, a divinity, a deity, because such tender skin, such beautiful and bright complexion cannot be possible for human beings like himself. He himself is not so beautiful with such of hair and skin and all these beautiful things. So it is something different and it is beautiful. It is above uh, the commonness, the common standard of human beings. So he decided this person must be a deity, a divine self, divinity. And when the divinity woke up from her slumber, she was unconscious too due to an accident. She saw that a boy, a adolescent boy, was looking into her face and trying to understand whether her eyes are her own or are they just fixed there by from any deer's eyes. It was like that. She was alert, but he saw the adolescent sage praising her as a deity. He just eulogized her and tried to pacify her, begged her mercy, and uh, addressed her as a deity. Then the person who was in reality the princess, the daughter of King Janashruti in the novel of Hajari Prasad Dwivedi's novel, she said, I am not a divinity. I'm a human being like yourself, like you. Then he said, no, you can't be, because I am different from you. I see the difference. You cannot be a species like myself. You are divine. You are something divine. No, you just don't cheat me. I know you are a divinity. Then she says, don't you know about the word, haven't you heard the word nari, meaning woman, whatever you have read in those texts? Rekwa says, yes, I have come across this word. I know this word, but I don't know what this word means. Then the girl says, the meaning of the word is before you. I am the meaning of that pada. The padartha is me. Woman is me. Then Raikwa was astonished. He knew the pada, but he was unaware of the padartha. He knew the word, but he didn't know its meaning. And the connection that combined the word and meaning together is what? Is pratyaya, as said by the princess. You know, you now you know the word, You know the meaning of the word, but you cannot connect the word with its meaning because you don't have the pratyaya, the cognition of the relationship of word and meaning. So first you have to accord the relation of word and meaning, and then you will understand what a word would mean to say. The meaning of the word nari, what it exactly mean, is before you. Now you decide what to understand by the word nari, though in grammar you have read it earlier. And do you know how one woman should be addressed? The indirect voice says, yes, that too I learned. One woman should be addressed as Shubhe or Bhadre or like that. Yes, you may call me Shubha, and in vocative Shubhe. So he called him Shubha. Shubha was just an address to a gentle lady. And this is what I want to sum up the whole thing around. This is what the pratyaya lies. It may lie in the relationship of abhidha,
Lakshana, and Vyanjana. It even lie in the Tatparya Vritti. It may even lie in the relationship of metaphor and metonymy as a cognitive tool. Whatever it be, but it should be the understanding of the relationship in a particular context, what a word want to mean, a particular object or something other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam, for this excellent and illuminating lecture, I must say. And I want to say that this lecture is like a juxtapositions of all the lectures that have been heard by us, all of us, through these 5 day long conferences. And thank you very much. Our deepest regards and to you. And we have two questions, madam, from your lecture. First one is from Runa Devnath Sarkar, and here it goes.
My question to Mo Madam, that in postmodern poetry, what is more important, word or meaning? Although our listeners' interpretation from a poetry may differ from the poet's intention. Yes, of course, that is the theory that postmodernism propounds. It says that uh, meaning is never arrived at. I have Derrida's quotation at my hand. In postmodernism, postmodernism indicates a stage of history, a particular train of philosophical thinkers. The study of stylistics as a result of postmodern thought came about as post-structuralism. It came as a reaction against the structuralism propounded by Tasu in 1916, where he said that language is a series of symbols made of definite yet arbitrary relationships of the signifier and the signified. And structuralism, and he says, confirming the signifier, that signifier corresponds to the signified. That is to say that each word, that is each signifier, written or spoken, carries a meaning that is signified. With the advent of post-structuralism, the structuralism accepted that the relationship between the word and its meaning is fixed. It always denotes what is, it says obviously, fixed of obviously. But as the post-structuralism thought came up, it says that with the advent of post-structuralism, following Derrida's deconstruction theory, structuralism's chief idea of the correspondence of signified and signifier is questioned. That is the point of postmodern theory of explanation. That's the relation between the correspondence, that this signifier should always mean this particular obvious signified object, It is question. In a given language, the relation between the signifier and the signified may be specific, when you read the newspaper, when you read a detective novel, you read a certain enchanting story, whatever. But when you read something abstract, some philosophical thought, something cryptic, some esoteric discussion, then how can it be considered the ultimate meaning of the sentence is this? And there lies the root of schism, the difference of the various interpreters of various doctrines of philosophy. And so, for example, the word fox may not be used to denote its usual signified, that is a particular canine, but to mean a cunning person. Fox may mean a cunning person instead of meaning a particular canine. শেয়াল না বুঝিয়ে সে একটা ধূর্ত লোককেও বোঝাতে পারে. In such cases, despite the variation of external structure, the essential structure remains unchanged. But the essential structure, the cleverness, the what should I say, the cunningness of the fox is present in the fox word when it is applied to signify a person other than the animal. There is the difference, and therefore they conclude, they say there is no conclusion of anything. When the text is open, it is open to various interpretations. You may interpret it in every way you like to do. And there is also, they're saying, that Jagderrida says that word meaning is never arrived at. You never can claim that this thing means this for at least an open text. A poet which is a poem which is in its true sense a poem, a poetry.
Thank you so much, madam. अपरः कश्चन प्रश्नः वर्तते सुशोभन महोदयस्य.
दुर्गाचार्य कृते निरुक्त भाष्ये प्रत्यक्षादि वृत्तित्रयस्य उल्लेखो दृश्यते. शब्दवृत्ति विचारे प्रत्यक्षादि वृत्तित्रयस्य कोऽपि उपयोगो वर्तते न वा? वर्तते चेत् तत् कथमिति सप्रमाणं महोदय अनुरुध्यन्ते. कथमिति सप्रनामं, not सप्रमाणं. Okay, I don't have to go for the proof.
प्रमाणं स्यात्.
अस्तु, अत्र अस्मिन् विषये एतावदेव वक्तुम् इच्छामि. निरुक्तभाष्ये प्रत्यक्ष अनुमान शब्द इति वृत्तित्रयस्य स्वीकृतिः अस्ति, परन्तु तत्र त्रिषु वृत्तिषु एवमेव अस्ति. बहूनि मतानि दृश्यन्ते शब्दस्य उत्पत्ति विचारे. यथा यास्केन एव उक्तम् इन्द्रियनित्यं वचनमिति औदुम्बरायणः. तत्र भवतः पूर्वाचार्यस्य औदुम्बरायणस्य मते इन्द्रियनित्यम् एव वचनम्, अर्थात् शब्द अनित्य. यावत् स शब्द वक्तु वागीन्द्रिये श्रोतुश्च श्रोत्रेन्द्रिये तिष्ठति तावदेव तस्य आयु, न तद् अधिकम्. यदि एतद् भवति तदा दोषचतुष्टयम् उपपद्यते. तदपि आलोचितं तत्र भवता यास्केन निरुक्तग्रन्थे. अतएव उत्पन्नमात्रे न विनश्यते एव ध्वनि, परन्तु उत्पत्तेः परं स एव वर्ण वक्तु श्रोतुश्च संस्कार रूपेण बुद्धौ अवतिष्ठति. बुद्धौ तिष्ठति. यदा पूर्ण शब्दः उच्चारितः, यदा पूर्णं वाक्यम् उक्तं, तदा तेषां संस्कारेण सह तस्य अर्थ अवगम्यते इति एवं तत्र उक्तम्. तत्र प्रत्यक्ष अनुमान इत्यादि इत्यादिभिः प्रमाणैः वाक्यस्य प्रमाणयोग्यता अस्ति न वेति तद् ज्ञायते। परन्तु सन्ति वेदे बहूनि वाक्यानि येषां याथार्थ्यं प्रत्यक्षेण उपमित्या वा न ज्ञेयं शक्यते, तत्र न ज्ञातुं शक्यते। तत्र कोपायः केन उपायेन तस्य वेदवाक्यस्य अर्थः अवगम्यते अस्माभिः? तत्तु शाब्दप्रमाणम्। वेद एव स्वरूपतः प्रमाणम्, स्वप्रमाणम् एव वेदस्य वेक्ष्यते इति एवं वक्ष्यामि। स्वप्रमाणं तु कथम्? एतदेवं यतः तत्र this hidden secret, this enigma, what is said by the Western scholars, Pashyatya yaduktam कश्चित् रहस्य विद्यते तत्र वेदमध्ये वेदवाक्यमध्ये यद् साधारणतया शब्देन न अवगम्यते, तस्य बोधार्थम् एव तस्य अन्तःप्रवेशम् अपेक्षते।
धन्यवादः महोदयः. Thank you very much, madam, for the answers. And I think this session, these two sessions, first academic session and the valedictory sessions, are very much fruitful to all of us, because I can see that a full-fledged Shastra Charcha has started on the comment box, YouTube comment box, and that is what we have desired of, we have thought of, and thanks to the respected resource persons and speakers, and to our valedictories, to our very own Professor Dasgupta, the valedictory who has beautifully delivered her speech, and right now there is an announcement for all of you who are right now live on YouTube. That is, the feedback form will be shared by any of us, any of the organizers, anytime within 4 or 5 minutes. Please stay tuned and be with us, and I request you all to fill up the form and send those to us, and we will email the certificate to all of you. And now I request Dr. Abhijit Mondal sir to officially provide the vote of thanks and end this 5-day long international conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sen. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries, paper presenters, participants, and my dear students, those who are present here. As a joint convener of this program, I am really very much delighted to get this opportunity to conclude this 5-day long international online conference on Shabdeshu Shabdavritti Vichara, deliberation on functions of words in Shastras. Certainly, these 5 days are very much fascinating and engaging, and we all got the opportunity to enrich ourselves with various types of knowledge. You all know that it is a huge big task to organize an international conference, and this cannot be possible without a great preparation, supports from every corners, and blessings. Now, it's time to convey our gratitude to all who have extended their support to make this event successful. First of all, I would like to express my profound gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, of Kochbiar Panchanan Burma University, Dr. Dept Mukhopadhyay, for his invaluable speech and big support to organize this conference. Then, I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks to our beloved and respected Registrar Sir of Kochbiar Panchanan Burma University, Dr. Abdul Kader Safeli, for his valuable speech also. Really, we are very lucky to be a part of this institution because our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and respected Registrar Sir always provoking us and supporting us to organizing any academic meeting for the benefit of our students. I convey my sincere thanks to Professor Haridas Sarkar, the head Department of Sanskrit, Kochbiar Panchanan Burma University, for giving his valuable time and delivered a valuable welcome address. Thank you so much, sir. He also supports us in every academic field. Words may not be capable to express our sense of gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Dr. Jan E. M. Hoben, Professor of South Asian History and Philosophy, University of Paris, France. Thank you, sir, to adjusting your busy schedule to be with us. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest for our inaugural session, and we are really very much enriched by your lecture on perspectives on speech according to the ancient Indian Shastras. प्राचीन भारतीय शास्त्रेषु वाग्विषये दृष्टिकोणाः. I also wish to express my gratitude to the guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ayan Bhattacharya, Shiksha Ratna awardee from West Bengal, our Acharya Deva. He is now Professor and Head Department of Sanskrit, West Bengal State University, Barasat, West Bengal, India. Thank you so much, sir, for giving a wonderful lecture like a keynote address in this conference. The title of his topic was Shabdavritti Vichara Prasanga Pariprapta Nana Siddhanteshu Vipratiprati Padarshana Purvakaha Swabhimata Puraskaraha. Thank you, sir. I would also like to extend a special thanks to our special guest, Professor Dr. Mau Dasgupta, Professor, Department of Sanskrit, University of Calcutta, India. Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your indispensable thoughts with us and giving a wonderful valedictory speech with special reference to Shabdavritti in Vedas. I can remember from the very first day when we are planning to conduct this program, respected madam was always with us. Till now, though she was very busy schedule, still she did not disappoint us. Whenever we asked anything regarding this, she guided us. I convey my regards to you, madam. Please keep in touch with us. In this way, we have successfully completed the first day of our conference. And actually, we thought to discuss this topic from every corner of Sanskrit Shastras, as well as from the aspects of Western view. That's why we divided it into 5 days for each Shastras, like Alamkara Shastra, Vyakarana Shastra, Nyaya and Mimamsa Shastra, and Vedic Shastra. And the second day was for Alamkara Shastra. We are very much glad to have such renowned 3 speakers with us. I am thankful to Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra, Associate Professor, Department of Sanskrit, St. Stephen's College, Delhi, India. Thank you so much, sir, for his valuable discussion on Sahitya Shastre, Shabdavritti Vimarsha, Obidhavritti Matrika Disha, Kachana Samiksha. My sincere thanks goes to Dr. Subhrajit Sen, Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit, University of Gaurbanga, Malda, West Bengal, India, for his enlightening lecture on Alankara Shastre Lakshana Swarupa Vimarsha. I would also like to express my gratitude to Dr. Hare Krishna Pattajashi, Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit, Ramakrishna Mission, Vidya Mandira, Belur Math, West Bengal, India, for his instructive thoughts sharing with us and his thought-provoking lecture on Alankara Shastre Vyanjanayaha Mahatmyam. I convey my pronouns to my master's lotus feet. In this way, we have successfully completed the second day, and the third day was for Vyakarana Shastra. We are very much glad to had such renowned three speakers with us. I convey my sincere thanks to Dr. Ramakant Pandey, Associate Professor, Department of Vyakarana, Faculty of Sanskrit, Vidya, Dharma, Vijnana of Banaras Hindu University, Banaras, Uttar Pradesh. I believe in that personally. Being a such great Sanskrit grammarian also, his heart is full of compassion and his immense affection for his students is unbounded. Even I was totally unknown to him, and I requested him once through over telephone. He agreed to deliver his lecture. Thanks to him for his valuable and thought-provoking lecture on Shabdikanaye Abhidha Vimarsha. I am also thankful to Mr. Pitambar Nidala, Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit, Krishnagar Government College, Krishnagar, West Bengal, India, for his wise lecture on Shabdikanaye Lakshana Vyanjanayoho Gudhartha Paramarsha. Again, my heartfelt thanks goes to Dr. Rakesh Das, Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit and Philosophy, Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, Belur Math, West Bengal, India, for his invaluable lecture on Samasa Prasange Vritti Vichara. Thus, we have successfully completed the 3 day, and the fourth day was for Nyaya and Mimamsa Shastra. We are very much glad to have such renowned two speakers with us. I would also express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Sheikh Sabir Ali, Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit, West Bengal State University, Barasat, West Bengal, India. Actually, I have no such word to express my regards to him. From my college life, I have such a great teacher, and still now, he did never disappoint us. He is very much helpful. Chhatra Vatsalam. Whenever I am facing any problem in any shastras, I called him and he solves my problem in any time. Sir, many thanks to you. Thanks for sharing your instructive new thoughts and thought-provoking lecture on Shastrantarakೃತ Mimamsaka Sammata Padavritti Sambandhi Siddhanta Khandana Khandanam. I am also thankful to Dr. Santosh Singh, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Sanskrit, Bankura University, Bankura, West Bengal, India, for his valuable lecture in Nyaya language on Nyaya Shastra Sammata Padavritti Ghatita Siddhanta Vimarsha. And thus, we have successfully completed the fourth day. Today, the fifth day, and the last day of this international conference. We have three renowned speakers with us, and the theme was Functions of Words, Oriental and Occidental View. Now, I would like to express my cordial thanks to Mr. Dept Chakraborty, PhD scholar, Department of History and Classics, University of Alberta, Canada, and former Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit, Gurudas College, Kolkata, India, for sharing an extremely knowledgeable thoughts with us about metaphor in the world of Sanskrit. I also wish to express my earnest thanks to Mr. Tuhin Bhattacharya, PhD scholar, McCracken Fellow, Department of Comparative Literature, New York, US, for his extremely valuable lecture also on being in the world, language, meaning, and the supplement in Plato and Derrida. She shared a new thought with us, and of course, it is a Western thought about the functions of word. This will remain incomplete if I will not mention such two names, Aniruddha Kaur and Somojit Sen. So I would like to extend a special thanks to Mr. Somojit Sen for giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts and
Hello, Abhijit sir. We couldn't hear you. Hello, hello.
I think the connection is disrupted on uh, Dr. Mondal's end, and being the valedictory speaker, it is my duty to announce the conference is closed. And I don't know whether they had anything else to say, but I think it's quite long since I've been sitting here and enjoying the program, and due to the inconvenience caused by the network, internet network, there are problems to connect sometimes. However, um, could um, Soumyajit can conclude on behalf of the organizer if Abhijit's connection is disrupted. Is somebody there to conclude the session? I think no one is available. So I, on behalf of the organizer and as a validated speaker, announce this 5 day long conference uh, to be completed with flying colors. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Kargala.
ঢুকিয়ে করবে না এই কারণে and one please we thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think Abhijit is not here and connection is lost. So, on behalf of the department and the organizing committee, I would like to to end this program with a Vedic mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः. जयतु संस्कृतम, जयतु भारतम.